In the savannah arena, the relentless hunts never end. All animals are struggle to survival. How do you stay safe? When the ultimate predators are breathing down your neck. Tell us where you are from before we hit the trail to African savanna. Late dry season. A herd of zebras stands near the water's edge. Around 30 individuals in their own social order. At full speed, a lioness can only sustain a sprint for 100 to 300 meters before body temperature exceeds the safe threshold. On the Serengeti, lions fail in 75 to 83% of hunts because prey do not stand still and wait. It takes considerable time to recover from the full force of a prey animal's kick. Not much, but this is one of the prey's most desperate efforts to live another day. Kruger National Park, South Africa. Cheetah, the savanna's champion sprinter. Built to race prey down across open ground. Peak recorded speed over 100 kilometers per hour, full acceleration in just 3 seconds. On the savanna, 60 to 70 kilometers per hour is enough to close on a zebra. A lean animal with a lightweight frame would rarely risk its chances against prey 100 kilograms. But when young males run in coalition, the calculation shifts. Though they spend much of their time avoiding lions, youth gives them boldness. Zebras travel in large herds. They are rarely alone. That is the first challenge. Isolate the unlucky one. The young, the old, the injured. The hunter's dark-marked eyes are always sharp. A small group is separated from the herd. 2 cheetahs want to move immediately, but their numbers are not yet enough to threaten large prey. One makes an attempt to change the odds. But the adult zebra understands the nature of inexperienced predators. This inadvertently opens an opportunity for the one remaining. It has spotted a young zebra. The one who seizes the moment is the one who succeeds. It is smarter than its coalition partner. Following its mother's teaching, The most important thing when hunting large prey is to bring it down. It does! But the bite is not enough. The bite is too shallow to finish. The zebra's kick is instinct. It escapes with ease. The cheetah cannot give further chase. Its energy has limits. The hunger continues, but it will be more careful in selecting prey next time. Cape buffalo, 900 to 1,000 kilograms. Living in large herds, moving across vast ranges in search of grass and water, no fixed territory. Buffalo society is layered by age and sex. The main herd consists of females, young and juvenile males. Larger males typically form separate bachelor groups or live alone. The solitary older males, Daga boys. Dried mud on their hides, the mark of a habit of wallowing to reduce heat and shed parasites. Buffalo are not passive prey. They are extremely volatile and, more dangerously, deeply unpredictable in their next move. With Daga boys, confrontations can result in severe injury. In more than 2 decades of monitoring at Kruger National Park, buffalo are the single leading cause of lion death attributed to prey. Not because buffalo seek out lions, because when attacked, they cannot run fast enough to escape and will not stand still long enough to be taken. Lions choose buffalo for size. A single animal can feed an entire pride for 2 days. But size is also the risk. Male lions are especially vulnerable. Broken canines, fractured ribs, internal trauma. Standard approach for large prey: come from behind, dig claws into the rump or hindquarters, use body weight to drag it down, avoid direct confrontation. With zebra and wildebeest, this works when executed correctly. With buffalo, it triggers a defensive system built precisely to counter both approaches lions typically use. Mode 1. Attack from the rear. When claws sink into the hindquarters, the buffalo fires a backward kick simultaneously with a 180-degree pivot. Rotator muscles in the cervical and lumbar spine carry exceptionally high mass and torque capacity among bovidae, a structure connected to both offensive behavior and defense. The kick dislodges the grip. Mode 2. Attack from the front or flank. The boss, the fused horn base, is a composite structure. The frontal bone is calcium reinforced, covered by a thick, compact keratin layer. Total weight reaching 20 kilograms in a mature male. Bone handles compression. Keratin absorbs shear and distributes impact. A lion's canine, bite force of 1,000 to 1,800 newtons, is sufficient to penetrate the skull of most prey species. It is not sufficient to penetrate an intact buffalo boss. Overall lion hunt success rate, 17 to 25%. Buffalo accounting for a major share of the failures. The dagger boy presents a distinct variant of the same defense. The boss continues to thicken with age through slow but continuous mineralization. More significantly, no herd to flee with, no social pressure to yield. When lions approach, dagger boys typically countercharge before the approach is complete. The dagger boy is the most difficult prey subset to read. Not because of aggression, but because the timing of the countercharge follows no familiar pattern. Most lion casualties in buffalo hunts occur not in the initial approach, but in the finalization. When the pride believes it has the animal pinned and the danger has passed. When the individual fails, the herd does not retreat. The herd moves in, hindquarters facing outward, forming a kicking perimeter in multiple directions. The number of predators cannot overcome the defensive architecture of the herd. Buffalo have the size and biological structure for active defense. Wildebeest do not, nearly 4 times lighter. No boss shield, no herd kick perimeter. Yet wildebeest have a higher survival rate than many species of comparable size. The reason lies in something invisible: timing. The giraffe is the tallest living land mammal. 4.5 to 5.8 meters tall, 800 to 1,200 kilograms in weight. Not a creature of open grassland, giraffes' preferred habitat is sparse woodland and acacia savanna, where body height provides access to foliage no other species can reach. An adult requires 30 to 75 kilograms of leaves and shoots per day. 16 to 20 hours moving slowly through woodland, neck extended, a 45-centimeter tongue curling around each acacia branch. Giraffes do not live in tight herds like zebras. They move in loose groups of a few to a few dozen. No fixed territory, no clear alpha. The strongest bond is between mother and calf. Each day, a giraffe must drink once or twice. And this is the one moment when their anatomy creates a point of vulnerability. Lion hunting attempts targeting adult giraffes succeed in fewer than 6% of all attempts. The majority of giraffes killed in wild records are calves under 6 months or subadults under 2 years. The stage at which leg length is not yet sufficient for the moment arm to generate defensive force above the critical threshold. Yet some young individuals display remarkable courage. Adult giraffes are not attacked in woodland, they are attacked at the water's edge. The only place where the drinking posture forces them out of a state of defensive readiness. The Nile crocodile, with a bite force of 16,000 newtons, the highest of any living reptile, exploits that vulnerability in a different way. Like every species on the savanna, giraffes will do whatever it takes to reach fresh growth. And today, they will cross this shallow river. With their impressive height, this is no great challenge. The mother senses movement below and reacts on instinct to protect her year-old calf. but the crocodile's bite is one step faster. The mother's only means of defense becomes the very thing that strikes down her own calf. For lions, this represents a significant prize, and as with any significant prize, it requires a strong enough coalition and the endurance to bring such prey down. To bring down a creature that stands firm and moves in long strides, lions need more than a single leap onto a back 2 meters above the ground. They must read their opponent, and fortune favors this pride today. Their target has a broken leg. 3 lionesses pursue the target with relentless patience. One strikes from behind. Its effort contributes to the giraffe's mounting exhaustion. With a broken leg, this giraffe cannot escape its fate. The kicks now count for little, as the legs must work harder at maintaining balance than at attack or defense. The pride will never allow it to rise again. That is how they bring down large, solitary prey, and they often succeed when the prey is alone. Because when they stand together, the collective strength of these giants cannot be taken lightly. Wildebeest undertake one of the largest migrations of any living mammal. Approximately 1.5 million individuals moving in an 800-kilometer circuit across the Serengeti Mara ecosystem each year, following rain and fresh grass, with no fixed territory and no permanent leader. Calves are born at the start of the wet season, when grass is most tender and nutrition is highest. They stand within minutes of birth and are running with the herd within hours. There is no other way to survive the migration. Stop means to be left behind, and to be left behind on the Serengeti savanna without a herd means something unmistakable. Wildebeest are more accessible prey for lions. 250 kilograms, no boss shield, no 2-meter moment arm. Wildebeest are not equipped to fight back with force, but with timing. Lions target wildebeest more frequently than any other large prey species on the Serengeti. Hunt success rates against adult wildebeest on open plains are lower than commonly assumed. River crossings are the most dangerous point. There they must contend with one of the most powerful biters in the animal kingdom, while remaining alert to those waiting to ambush them on the banks. This is why calves under 6 weeks are the priority target of lions in any wildebeest aggregation. River crossings are the one environment that completely neutralizes the wildebeest's primary defensive mechanism. This is why the herd rushes across rather than advancing step by step, to minimize exposure time in that unfavorable environment. Conversely, crocodiles are more effective at river crossings not because of superior hunting skill, but because they are operating in the one environment that neutralizes the prey's primary defense. Zebra, giraffe, buffalo, wildebeest, 4 species, 4 distinct biological solutions. All mammals, all with skeletal and muscular systems familiar to predators. The final species in this episode belongs to a different group entirely. The ostrich is the largest living bird on Earth. 2.5 meters tall, 130 to 150 kilograms in weight. Distributed across the dry savannas and semi-deserts of Africa. Not woodland or tall grassland, but open terrain where long sightlines and movement speed are the priority. The ostrich reaches 70 kilometers per hour in short bursts and sustains 50 kilometers per hour over distance. Outpace most predators on a straight course. It cannot fly, and their loss is the origin of what was gained in its place. The male takes incubation duty at night, black plumage blending with the dark ground, relatively difficult to detect. The female incubates by day, brown feathers matched to the dry earth. Neither leaves the nest when a predator approaches at a measured distance. The ostrich does not stay because it has no choice. It stays because it has the means. On the savannah, large predators learn quickly which prey not to attempt. Adult cheetahs almost never attempt a full hunt against an adult ostrich. Leopards observe from a distance and calculate the risk-reward. Lions occasionally commit to an attack and occasionally fall. Within class Aves, most species have 4 toes. The ostrich has 2. All contact area and force are concentrated into a single dominant point through a 10-centimeter toenail with a keratin structure of higher protein cross-linking density than most bird claws. Force concentrated into a smaller area means higher pressure per unit area. The same principle that makes a stiletto heel more damaging than a boot heel at equal weight. The ostrich does not kick backward, it kicks forward. This mechanism differs in its primary muscle group. While a hind kick is driven by the hamstrings and gluteal complex, the ostrich's forward kick is driven by antagonist muscles developed with particular strength in ratites because there is no flight musculature competing for resource allocation. Sequence: sidestep out of the predator's line of attack, pivot, then a forward kick tracking to the opponent's position. Kick force equivalent to 450 to 500 kilograms concentrated at the nail. Those powerful legs are also deployed in contests for mating rights. The stronger individual drives the rival back, even expelling intruders from its territory. The contest ends with the arrival of a much larger presence. But they do not know they have been observed by a lion. Exhausted from the fight, the loser is no longer alert. The lioness needs only to read the moment precisely. Plains zebra are the most common hoofed mammal on the East African savanna, with around 500,000 individuals moving through the Serengeti Mara ecosystem each year. Their herds are not random gatherings. A typical family unit consists of 1 stallion, 3 to 4 mares, and offspring from multiple seasons, held together stably for years, not separated even across migrations. The strongest individual does not set the direction. The lead mare is the one who guides. The stallion holds the rear at the outer edge. That is the position of threat assessment. By day, the herd grazes and moves slowly with grass and water. No fixed territory. The zebra's defensive architecture resides in the body of each individual and in the way they coordinate when a threat arrives. The lioness approaches by standard method, slow stalking through tall grass, pausing when prey looks toward her, continuing when prey lowers its head to graze. The objective: close the distance to under 40 meters before the charge. The closer, the shorter the time the prey has to react. The problem: an adult zebra sustains 50 to 65 kilometers per hour across several kilometers. A lion reaches peak velocity faster, but cannot hold it. When the hunter closes on the prey, the muscles do what they were built to do. The hindquarter muscle group, quadriceps, hamstrings, gluteal complex, carries a significantly higher proportion of type 2X muscle fibers than domesticated horses. Type 2X fibers are not durable, but generate maximum force in the shortest time. Sprinter fiber, not marathon runner fiber. When the kick fires, the superficial digital flexor tendon and gastrocnemius release their stored energy added to active muscle contraction in a spring mass mechanism. The result? 3,100 to 6,200 newtons at the hoof, equivalent to 450 to 900 kilograms of force. But it is not the force that makes this kick different. It is the reflex speed. When the lion's claws touch the skin at the rump, signals from type 1A receptors in the muscle spindle travel directly to the spinal cord, activating alpha motor neurons back to the hind limb muscles, bypassing the cortex entirely. Polysynaptic spinal reflex. The full cycle completes in 80 to 150 milliseconds. The brain receives the information after the kick has already occurred. One kick does not only end a hunt, it changes how that lion assesses this prey going forward. A pride with an injury history from zebra tends to approach from the flank rather than the rear and prioritizes subadults or foals over adults. That is collective experience, updated season by season. Zebras solve the problem through reflex speed and group coordination. But there is a species that meets the same threat with something entirely different: leverage and the mass of gravity. The young lion will remember this. Genes change across generations. Behavior changes within a season. A wound changes things immediately. Across millions of encounters like this one, through generations, decades, ecosystems, both sides continue to change. Predators learn new approaches. Prey select for individuals with faster reflexes. Neither side wins permanently. That is why lions are still here, and so are the zebras. In any ecosystem, each species must continually change simply to maintain its current position, because every other species in that ecosystem is also changing. Predator-prey co-evolution is the textbook example. Lions improve, prey improve. Prey improve. Lions must improve further. There is no stopping point. Prey defense forces herds to keep moving, prevents overgrazing, maintains the vegetation. Predator failure rates keep herd sizes within the range the environment can support. All must follow the laws of natural survival. It is not only prey species such as zebra or antelope that live a life of constant struggle. Even the large social predators, lions among them, face death with regularity and from the earliest stages of life. In this savage kingdom, the lioness works constantly to keep her heirs clear of danger. Nile crocodile. This is perhaps one of the few genuine fears of the lioness. A lion cub is nothing more than a light meal to a Nile crocodile, and when they bite, the cub's fate is sealed. In Africa, every creature bows to a single force: the lion. But Africa does not have just one king. In times past, many names have left their mark as legends. Barbary lion, but they were cast aside by a savage kingdom. Among all lion subspecies, who is the true king? Inside the Colosseum, under the Roman sun of 80 AD, 5,000 animals died in the first 100 days of its opening. Most of them were Barbary lions. Julius Caesar, years earlier, had ordered 400 of them in a single year. 400 lions from the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, thrown onto the sand of the Roman arena before a crowd of tens of thousands. Roman soldiers called them the immovable ones. Not because they were weak, because they did not fear. Their mane was the thickest of any lion that ever lived on this planet. Pale silver eyes, unlike any lion alive today. For more than 2,000 years, that image was carved onto every coat of arms, every royal banner, every monument to power, from London to Rome to Amsterdam. 40 individuals remain in the entire world, all of them behind bars. This is the fall of a dynasty, but it is only the beginning. Seven dynasties, all carrying the same name: lion. One species. Yet each dynasty evolved in a kingdom of its own, with its own set of rules, facing challenges no other dynasty ever had to confront. And most of them are standing on the edge of extinction. In one wilderness in South Africa, there are lions as white as snow. A single recessive gene, asleep in the bloodline for thousands of years, suddenly surfaced in Timbavati, where the golden grassland offers not one shadow to hide in. Shinga and Inani were born white, into a world that left no room for them. Since the white lion was first discovered in 1975, only 3 have survived to adulthood in the wild. 3 in 50 years. In Kenya, there are male lions with no mane at all. The same species as the lions of Ngorongoro, the same genome, not a single strand of mane. And on the far side of Africa, in the mountain forests of Ethiopia, at over 3,500 meters, there are lions that Western science did not know existed. Their manes are so thick that Ethiopian history carved their image onto royal emblems for centuries. And today, only about 50 remain in the Betrayal Mountains. 7 dynasties. 7 different answers to the same question: how do you survive when the world changes around you? Let us begin with the dynasty that fell first. Barbary lion. The name comes from Berber, the indigenous people of North Africa who lived alongside them in the Atlas Mountains for thousands of years. Before Rome ever knew this species existed. but the name is the only simple thing about them. The northern lion lineage, kin to the Ethiopian lion and the Asiatic lion. Born in the highland pine and oak forests of the Atlas Mountains, Morocco. 2,000 meters of altitude, winter snow, rock and pine forest instead of grassland and acacia. Not any environment that comes to mind when you hear the word lion. And in that cold, unforgiving land, evolution produced the most remarkable animal of all 7 dynasties. Look at an adult male Barbary lion, and you understand at once why Rome could not resist them. The mane, like an armor of fur that cannot be removed in any season, at any temperature. The disappearance of the Barbary lion did not happen through a planned massacre. Mining operations in the Atlas Mountains broke the migration corridor's lions. Settler farms from the 19th century crept into the highland pine forests. 1942, the last confirmed shooting of a wild Barbary lion. In the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, modern statistical models suggest a few individuals may have survived in the remotest corners of Algeria into the late 1950s, but no one knows for certain. From around 1960 onward, there is not a single confirmed record of a wild Barbary lion. A dynasty of 2,000 years. Complete silence. For decades, science considered the Barbary lion entirely extinct. Not just in the wild, entirely extinct. In 1969, a strange report surfaced. At Rabat Zoo in Morocco, there were lions that scientists recognized at once. This build matched no lion in any European or African zoo they had ever seen. The mane too thick, the muzzle too straight, the eyes too silver. DNA testing later confirmed. These lions carried Barbary lion blood. Not entirely pure, but the genome of the empire was still there, hidden in individuals most of the world believed had vanished completely. The kings of Morocco traditionally kept lions as symbols of power. These lions had been kept by the Moroccan royal family and bred across generations. And among those individuals, Rock and Roar. 2 Barbary lions at Rabat Zoo today share the bloodline of the lions that once stood in the Colosseum. The same bloodline as the image on every European coat of arms. Around 40 individuals confirmed to carry Barbary lion blood live in zoos around the world. From Morocco to England, the Czech Republic, and France. An international breeding program is underway, coordinated across multiple zoos by the European Association of Zoos, tracking every individual, every litter, every genetic trait, to preserve maximum genetic diversity in a population this small. In 2024, a zoo in the Czech Republic announced the successful birth of Barbary lion cubs within the International Gene Conservation Program. A small lion cub, carrying in every cell the blood of the Atlas Mountains, and the mark of a dynasty that history seemed to have erased completely. A conservation expert, asked about Rock and Roar, said, "This animal may be holding a piece of genetic information that could help us preserve lions forever. This is not a story of total victory. The genomes of the caged individuals have been mixed through decades of breeding without scientific control. The road back to the wild is still very long. The Atlas Mountains today no longer hold enough wild habitat to receive a lion population, and local communities have economic needs no realistic plan can ignore. But the genome of the emperor's lion still exists, not erased. in 40 cages stretching from Morocco to the Czech Republic to England. That is all that remains of the dynasty that built the Colosseum and colored every emblem of the empires that followed for 2,000 years. But the northern lineage does not end in Morocco and in the south of Africa. An entirely different world. Stories no less strange are being written. Leave North Africa, cross the Sahara, the 50,000-year wall of sand that split the two bloodlines, and step into the world of the southern lineage. The Kalahari, the vast grasslands of Botswana and South Africa. Cold nights, brutally hot days. Dry seasons so long the earth cracks into fragments, and small twisted trees strain to find water. And on this land, the males answered evolution's question with color. The black mane, a jet black mane so thick it hides the entire chest and belly, as if light were absorbed completely into the animal's body, as if darkness had gathered into a single point. On Ngorongoro Crater, Tanzania, the male with the blackest mane means the highest testosterone, the strongest health, and the best odds of surviving injury. The black mane is not display, it is power made visible. Females do not have to make subjective judgments. They simply look at the mane color and know. Rival males do not need to measure each other's testosterone. They look at the mane and know. And the lions who grew the blackest manes across generations bred more, lived longer, passed that gene on to the next generation more often. The black mane is evolution's positive feedback loop. Every generation pushing the color darker, thicker, more imposing. But in Tsavo, Kenya, only a few hundred kilometers from Ngorongoro on the map, yet a world apart in living conditions. The story flips completely. 1898, 28 workers building the Uganda Railway went missing within 9 months. A number large enough to force Britain to send someone to deal with it. The attackers were 2 male lions with no manes. Colonel John Henry Patterson, who finally brought both down after months of pursuit, recorded his astonishment in his journal. I had never seen a maneless male lion, but these were utterly unlike any I had ever known or read about. The story of the ghost and the darkness, the names locals gave those 2 lions, became a legend retold for generations, became a book, became a film, became the symbol of Tsavo's absolute danger. But the right question is rarely asked. Why did they have no manes? The same species as the black-maned lions of Ngorongoro. Not a single strand of mane. The answer lies in the environment and in the data gathered by ecologist Craig Packer and his colleagues from the 1990s to today. 22,015 square kilometers of dense thornbush in Tsavo. Daytime temperatures above 35 degrees Celsius for 6 straight months a year, peaking at 42 degrees on the harshest days. In that environment, a mane traps heat. Every extra degree of body temperature is extra strain on the heart, on the kidneys, on the ability to keep moving for long stretches. A mane slows a lion down in a chase through thornbush. The environment switched the gene off. Not a new evolutionary mutation requiring thousands of generations. Simply gene expression responding to the pressure of heat and terrain. The main gene suppressed at the level of outward expression. One species, one ancestor. 2 kingdoms wrote 2 entirely different rule books, for no other reason than 2 different environments. If an environment can completely erase the mane of a male lion, what happens in an even harsher environment where even water is a luxury? The answer lies in Namibia. The desert lion, the skeleton coast, where shipwrecks have rotted on the sand for centuries, where the morning Atlantic fog is the only source of water for many animals in the months without rain, where daytime heat scorches bare paws on the sand, and night temperatures drop so low that creatures not evolved for this place do not survive their first winter. No permanent water source for months at a time. No antelope herds passing through often enough to guarantee a meal. Not enough prey on land to sustain an adult lion by ordinary hunting. The desert lion evolved a different body. Longer legs for efficient travel across open, flat terrain, wider paws to spread weight over loose sand, and a metabolism adapted to go without water far longer than any other lion population. And the ability to cover more than 50 kilometers in a single night to find the next water source. Behavior no other lion needs, because no other lion lives where water lies that far apart. But the strangest thing is not the distance they travel. The strangest thing is where they find their prey. The lions of the skeleton coast have done what no other lion population on Earth has ever been recorded doing. They hunt Cape fur seals directly on the Atlantic beach. Not near the coast, directly on the beach. This is the dynasty that learned to hunt from the waves. Not because they wanted to, because it was the only thing big enough to eat. In a desert with no antelope near enough. Fewer than 170 desert lions remain in the world. One of the rarest lion populations on the planet, and very few people know they exist. Because the Namibian desert is not a familiar destination. These lionesses have written a new chapter in lion history. But wherever they live, lionesses have always been warriors, the strongest warriors of all. And in Botswana, in the Okavango Delta, nature set a test no one could have predicted. In some lioness populations of the Okavango, testosterone levels surge abruptly. Through a mechanism science is still working to understand. Some hypotheses point to a shortage of adult males in the pride, forcing females to take on certain leadership roles. Others suggest hormonal factors from the environment, from the water or the prey. Whatever the cause, those females grow manes. Not the full mane of a male, but unmistakably a mane. Visible, impossible to confuse. On a female, the maned lioness. 4 kingdoms, 4 rule books. From the black mane as a symbol of absolute power, to no mane as a survival tool in scorching thorn bush, to a mane on a female as an unexpected hormonal response. The same southern bloodline wrote all of those answers. Each one an evolutionary experiment that never ends. But the southern lineage's greatest question remains unanswered. What could turn a lion completely white? Not disease, not old age, not albinism. A single gene, and a 300-year legend at Timbavati waiting for the right place and the right moment. 300 years. That is how long the Tsonga people of southern Africa have passed down the story of the white lion. Not an ordinary lion with albinism. Not an old lion losing its color. A snow-white lion, carrying a message only those who truly understood nature could read. Science called it folklore. The product of the imagination of people with no written records, no photographs, no means of proof the academic world would accept. In 1975, Chris McBride, a South African conservationist, was going about his ordinary work at the Timbavati Private Nature Reserve, and he saw the impossible. 2 lion cubs, completely white, Temba and Tombi, not albinos. This is the scientific point most viewers miss, and it is the most important point. For understanding why the white lion is no simple accident of nature. Albinism is the complete absence of melanin in every part of the body. An albino animal's eyes are pinkish red because there is no melanin in the iris, and the blood vessels inside the eye show through that transparent layer. Albino skin is thin and easily damaged by sunlight. Albinism affects everything, no exceptions. These lions have ice blue eyes, not pinkish red, ice blue. The color of glacier ice at depth. The color the Sangha described as the gaze of the gods. This is leucism, a recessive genetic mutation entirely different from albinism. Leucism affects the transport of pigment to the skin and fur, but does not affect the eyes and soft tissues. So the eyes keep the species' normal color, and the skin retains small amounts of melanin in certain areas, like the nose and scalp. Pigment suppressed almost to vanishing in the fur and most of the skin, but not completely, not uniformly, not the way albinism works. A single recessive gene, just one. Asleep in the blood of the southern lineage for perhaps thousands of years. Passed from generation to generation without ever showing, because for a recessive gene to surface, both father and mother must carry it, and both must pass that exact copy to the same cub in the same birth. That probability is low enough to explain why the Sangha saw them only once, in many generations. Not because white lions were gods, but because genetic probability made every appearance a genuinely rare event. The Sangha were not wrong. Science simply arrived 300 years late to confirm what they had long known. Folklore called them gods because they were too beautiful to belong to the ordinary world. Evolution calls them vulnerable for precisely the reason that creates that beauty. Completely white means no camouflage in any environment of the African grassland. In the golden brown grass of Timbavati, a white lion stands out from hundreds of meters away. Every secondary predator, hyenas, leopards, crocodiles near the water, sees them from far greater distances than an ordinary lion. Every antelope herd recognizes the danger before the chase can even begin, because the approaching lion has no camouflage to hide its intent. Every hyena clan knows exactly which white lion is the weakest target in the pride, and will concentrate its pressure there. Being born into a world with nowhere to hide is not an advantage in any context nature offers. It is a survival burden from the first second after birth, a burden that cannot be set down and cannot be changed. Temba and Tombi, the first white lions scientifically recorded in 1975, were moved to Johannesburg Zoo, never allowed to live free in the wild to adulthood. It was the instinctive response of that era. We have something strange and precious. We keep it somewhere safe. We protect it from danger. From 1975 to 1992, the occasional white lions that appeared in the wild were poached and sold as trophies or captured and sold to zoos and private collections around the world. The white coat made them unable to survive in the wild and made them targets for humans. In 1992, the white lion was declared extinct in the wild. Not one remained free beyond the fences. The genes slept on in the blood of thousands of lions across Timbavati. And that is when Shinga and Inani were born. Born white. Born without camouflage in a true wilderness, where other ordinary prides compete for food and territory with no reason whatsoever to yield. For their first 2 years, Shinga and Inani had to learn to hunt while being seen by everything within sight. No camouflage, no element of surprise from a distance. They developed a different approach, using terrain far more, waiting longer to close the distance before attacking, learning to read the wind more precisely because they had no coloring to fall back on. They survived, not because white was no longer a disadvantage. It remained one every day in every hunt, but because they learned to compensate for it with technique that ordinary lions never need to learn because they have camouflage. But here is the number you need to remember after this video ends. Since the white lion was first discovered at Timbavati in 1975, only 3 white lions have survived to adulthood in the wild. Today, fewer than 20 white lions live in the wild, mostly inside tightly protected reserves. From the grasslands of Timbavati, move farther south, to the very tip of the African continent, the Cape of Good Hope, where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean in a geographic storm that never ends. The Cape lion, a black mane reaching down to the belly, the largest, tallest of every subspecies ever recorded on Earth. A body that could weigh over 260 kilograms, significantly larger than any African lion alive today. They lived in the Cape for thousands of years, in hills covered in fynbos, on rocky shores where 2 oceans meet, in an environment utterly unlike any other lion country. The last confirmed record, a male shot near Cape Town in 1858, a dynasty ended. All that remains of the Cape lion today, 4 preserved skins and skulls, scattered across 3 European museums in Paris, Amsterdam, and Vienna. 4 skins, the entire physical legacy of a dynasty that once ruled the tip of a continent. The Cape lion did not go extinct from lack of survival skill. They went extinct because colonization reached the Cape of Good Hope. Before any concept of conservation existed, before anyone asked about the long-term consequences of erasing a species from an ecosystem. Not every dynasty dies by gunfire. Some die by the silent disappearance of the forests, the Congo lion, the northern lion lineage, distant kin of the Barbary and the Ethiopian, living in the tropical rainforests of Central Africa, where the dense canopy blots out the sun on the forest floor, where humidity never drops, where light itself is a luxury. A body smaller than the grassland lions, a shorter, darker mane to cut weight in a world with no need for displays of strength at a distance. Hunting in pairs or small groups in the forest dark. Not in large, coordinated prides like savanna lions. Camera traps set deep in the Congo forest take months to capture a few blurred seconds. They exist. The camera traps confirm it. but the forest is shrinking. The struggle to survive is still the name of the game. Leaving Africa behind, let us journey to the most unforgiving rainforest in the world. Here, life is like a miracle, yet it can be extinguished in the blink of an eye. Welcome to Wild Amazon. Battle for survival in the deadliest jungle. The jaguar had been motionless for 40 minutes. This is the most critical part of the hunt. Before anything happens. A blind spot that lasts only 3 seconds. The Amazon's ultimate predator commits. 3 seconds. A 4-meter caiman, no longer whole. Approximately 55 million years ago, the Andes began to rise. This was not merely a geological event. It created the Amazon. As the Andes climbed, they blocked Pacific winds, creating a vast, low-pressure system drawing moisture from the Atlantic. A self-sustaining moisture cycle, what scientists call the flying rivers. The result of 55 million years is 7 million square kilometers of borderless forest. A river stretching 6,400 kilometers. Carries 20% of all fresh water on Earth to the ocean each day. 10% of all species on Earth live here. Not because the Amazon is rich in the conventional sense. Diversity here does not come from soil, it comes from time. The Amazon has existed long enough and remained stable enough for life to test every possible solution. Of all that the Amazon has produced, the jaguar is its most perfect expression. Amazon jaguars are the largest of their kind. Adult males reach 79 to 96 kilograms, significantly larger than the 57 to 68 kilograms typical of Central America. This difference is not written in their genes. It is made by the environment. The Amazon offers heavier prey, larger capybara, bigger tapir, greater caiman. Evolutionary pressure from larger prey. selects for jaguars with greater mass and stronger bite force. At the same time, the Amazon has more competitors. Adding selection pressure from rivals as well. The Amazon does not produce small kings because it has no room for the weak. Before every jaguar hunt, the Amazon changes, not with sound, with silence. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, birds reduce or cease their calls. Mammals stop unnecessary movement. The jaguar is invisible before any prey ever sees it. It releases scent traces from sebaceous glands between its toes as it moves. Species with sensitive olfaction. Lizards, small rodents, detect rising pheromone concentrations and respond by reducing activity. That response radiates outward like a sound wave through water. Larger prey, capybara, tapir, cannot detect the jaguar this way from a distance. And that is precisely why they become prey. This jaguar holds and maintains a territory of 25 to 150 square kilometers. The boundary of that territory is not a line. It is a network of markers. Claw marks on trees at 1.5 to 2 meters above the ground. Urine sprayed against bark at specific angles. And scat placed at strategic points. Along regular travel corridors, these marks do not simply announce presence. They encode information, sex, age, reproductive condition, and when the mark was last refreshed. A male reads a female's marks to know when to approach. A female reads a male's marks to assess him before any meeting. Marks are renewed every 3 to 5 days. The frequency required to keep information current in humid tropical heat, where scent degrades faster than in temperate climates. On the sandbar mid-river, turtles have not come here to rest. They have come to lay eggs. This sandbar was selected against precise criteria. A slope sufficient to drain during light rain, sand grain size suited for digging and covering a nest, and most critically, a position receiving 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight each day. Nest temperature determines the sex of hatchlings in this species. Below 28 degrees Celsius produces males, above 32 degrees Celsius produces females. The choice of sandbar is not instinct alone. It reflects memory of sandbars that succeeded in previous seasons. And this is why this sandbar lies within jaguar territory. The range of this apex predator consistently covers the riverbanks, where prey density is high habitat. By hunting capybara consistently, the wet season has not yet peaked. In a matter of weeks, floodwaters will rise 9 to 15 meters. Sufficient to inundate 350,000 square kilometers of forest, erasing every sandbar, every territorial boundary, every incubating turtle nest. The dry season right now, the time when sandbars are exposed, when territories can still be read, is the most concentrated moment in the entire ecosystem. Everything requires the same diminishing resource. and everything knows it. This is why the Amazon is never still. It is always in the process of calculating something. The Amazon does not announce what it holds. It simply holds. Its rulers survive not through strength alone, but because they can read and understand this system more deeply than any other creature. But the Amazon grants no ruler a throne without challenge. Black caiman is no ordinary crocodilian. Measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, weighing 400 to 500 kilograms, it is the largest crocodilian in South America and one of the Amazon's foremost apex predators. But what sets it apart is not size. It is armor. Osteoderms, plates of bone embedded within the skin, extend across the back, flanks, and the upper surface of the skull. These plates, 3 to 4 millimeters thick and fused to the dermal structure, form armor that is flexible yet exceptionally resistant. No other large cat can penetrate them with a conventional bite. Only the jaguar. The Amazon's predator does not approach in the conventional way. The jaguar's zygomatic arch is the widest of all species in the Pantherini relative to head size. The temporalis muscle attached to this arch covers the greatest surface area of any large cat. The result: 887 newtons of bite force at the canine and 1,300 newtons at the molar position. The jaguar had watched this caiman from the sandbar's edge for over an hour. Before the jaguar reached the caiman, something else had already happened. The arapaima, a fish exceeding 100 kilograms and 2 meters in length, had retreated to deeper water. The arapaima was not threatened by this encounter. Its retreat was a response to environmental signals. Rising cortisol concentrations in the water released by the activated jaguar nearby. And retreat was the most rational response. The arapaima's movement became a signal to the surrounding ecosystem, other species reading its retreat as an indicator. Piranha arrived within minutes of blood reaching the water, not because they are aggressive, because they can detect blood at 1 part per million, equivalent to a single drop in an Olympic swimming pool. Chemical detection combined with the lateral line allows piranha to locate the source even in turbid water. In their normal diet, red-bellied piranha consume 70% plant material, seeds, fruits, submerged vegetation. But when blood is detected, the mode switches entirely. This is a rare, high-energy opportunity the piranha's nervous system is programmed to exploit completely. Piranha are the Amazon's essential cleaners by consuming carcasses and organic tissue before decomposition. They prevent disease and maintain water quality. Not every encounter between jaguar and black caiman ends with a successful skull bite. Black caiman can respond with a death roll. If the jaguar attacks at the wrong angle, or the caiman reacts in time. This caiman carries the marks of earlier encounters. Its lineage has persisted through 200 million years. Not by never losing, but by knowing when to withdraw. This time it survived, and it is already revising its assessment. The Amazon flood does not begin in the Amazon. It begins in the Andes, when snowmelt from peaks above 6,000 meters combines with equatorial rainfall thousands of kilometers to the east, sending an immense wall of water down the basin for 6 months. Every species in the Amazon has calibrated its biology around these extraordinary water levels. When levels deviate significantly, the timing of the entire ecosystem is pushed off course. Black caiman is an ectotherm. Its body temperature determined entirely by the environment. This makes flooding both a challenge and an opportunity. When water inundates the forest, water temperature shifts with depth and canopy shade. Black caiman adjusts its flood season territory along thermal gradients, seeking shallow water near tree lines where temperature holds near 28 degrees Celsius, optimal for digestion and active hunting. At temperatures below 20 degrees Celsius, caiman reflex speed drops by 40%, explaining why jaguars tend to approach caiman in the early morning, when water temperatures remain low. The survival contest is not only a matter of size and strength, it is a matter of temperature and timing. In the wet season, black caiman does not resist the flood. It moves with it. Deep into the flooded forest, where fish density surges as species migrate inward to spawn. The flooded forest provides richer feeding than the main river throughout these 6 months. But the wet season is also breeding season. Black caiman nests are built on raised earthen banks. A mound of decomposing leaves, branches, and plant material, rising 1 to 1.5 meters. The female remains near the nest for 3 months. Not only to guard it, but to manage its temperature, opening it when too warm, adding material when too cool. This is active thermal management, rare among reptiles. When hatchlings break through, they emit a soft call. The mother misses none of them. But sandbars and raised banks disappear day by day as flood levels rise. Hatchlings must reach shallow water within hours of emerging. Those that fail will lose heat or be detected by piranha. First-year survival is below 10%. As water floods deep into the forest, the boto appears. The boto, Amazon river dolphin, has unfused cervical vertebrae, allowing it to rotate its head 90 degrees to either side. No other cetacean on Earth shares this anatomical feature. In the flooded forest, where tree trunks create a three-dimensional maze, the ability to rotate its neck allows the boto to pursue prey through corners that ocean dolphins could never navigate. Yet vision is entirely useless here. Amazon water is stained by tannins from decomposing leaves, opaque as strong tea. Black caiman and boto share the same flooded waters, the same prey, the same space, the same season. But they do not attack each other. Not because they cannot. A caiman can kill a boto in open water, but the flooded forest changes the balance entirely. In the labyrinth of trunks and roots, the boto is far quicker and more agile. The caiman avoids deep forest water because it loses its advantage there. Each species has simply learned the boundary at which advantage transfers from itself to the other, and it avoids crossing that line. 200 million years. This lineage existed before the Amazon had a name, before this river flowed in its current direction, before the Andes existed. The giant anaconda is the heaviest snake in the world. The largest, measured by professional research teams, reaches 8.8 meters, exceeding 100 kilograms. Claims of 12-meter anacondas typically come from unverified sources. Anacondas can stretch considerably when muscle tone is absent after death. In the dry season, giant anaconda moves to shallower, warmer water. Its ideal digestive temperature is 28 to 32 degrees Celsius. This matches the temperature of shallow, dry season river sections. The anaconda's detection does not rely on vision. It senses heat through thermoreceptor cells along the lip region and detects vibration through thousands of mechanoreceptors beneath the skin. From a semi-submerged position in mud, the anaconda builds a thermal map of everything within meters. Jaguar and anaconda use the same riverbanks on alternating shifts. The jaguar primarily from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., the anaconda primarily from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. One territory, two species, two non-overlapping shifts. This is timeshare ecology, dividing resources by time rather than space. The dry season breaks that system. When dry ground shrinks to a fraction of the total range, there is no longer enough space for two separate shifts. Overlap becomes inevitable. And this is why three-way encounters occur. Both were converging on the same capybara standing in the shallows. The jaguar stalked from the high bank, reading the wind direction, waiting for the capybara to step clear of the water. The anaconda read the capybara's body heat through the water from its lip receptors. Two different tactics, one target, the same moment. The capybara lifted its head. Nothing visible. The jaguar behind a trunk. The anaconda beneath the mud. But it smelled them. The chemical signatures of both predators had combined. Stress hormone concentrations in the water rising sharply. The capybara returned to the group. Two hunts failed simultaneously. Intraspecific competition theory predicts when two predators exploit the same resource, the one capable of inflicting greater cost on the other will dominate, but this is not a pair. This is a triangle. In a triangle, each apex fears another in a different way. The jaguar can kill anaconda and caiman. The anaconda can kill a jaguar if it seizes one from behind in water. The caiman can kill an anaconda if it clamps across its body. No single apex holds absolute advantage over both others simultaneously. This is why none of them strikes first. The cost of serious conflict, injury in an environment where injury leads to infection, weakened hunting capacity, and death, exceeds the benefit of displacing a rival from one patch of dry ground. Non-aggression is not the result of submission. It is the result of risk-benefit calculation. The longest survivors in the Amazon are not those that fight most. They are those that know when not to fight. From the canopy above, the harpy eagle adds a fourth dimension, with a wingspan of 2.2 meters, and talons 13 centimeters long, generating 530 newtons of grip force. It is the absolute predator of the forest canopy. But its presence does not only affect the canopy, it alters behavior on the ground. The landscape of fear concept describes how prey alter habitat selection based on predator distribution. Capybara in open ground know the harpy eagle patrols above. Capybara near the forest edge know the jaguar patrols below. Nowhere is absolutely safe. But each position carries a different risk profile, and the decision of where to stand is never random. In the dry season, all those landscapes of fear compress together. Less space means all risk gradients overlap. Only those with better judgment than their rivals, and those who pay the price for poor judgment. The dry season will continue, and the encounters that follow may not end as quietly as the statistics suggest. The Amazon is a place those who have lived in it for 10,000 years have not explored. They call it home. Those arriving from outside call it a mystery. It is simply a set of rules, and ignorance of the rules is not an exemption from them. The deadliest things in the Amazon are not the jaguar or the black caiman. Freshwater stingray causes more than 15,000 injuries each year in Amazon. But there are days when crossing the river is unavoidable. The lioness must ensure her cubs survive to grow healthy, and one day become the apex predators they were born to be. Across hundreds of locations throughout Africa, the battleground between lion and crocodile is well established. But measured against the vast territory of lions, there's no breathing room for crocodiles. And so, to expand the battlefield, welcome to the Okavango Delta. This is the flood season, and the moment the greatest water creatures rise. This meal will not be peaceful. The male lion knows what waits in the floodwaters. To challenge a male lion, the Nile crocodile must reach 3 to 4 meters in length. The delta is its territory. This is the moment the Nile crocodile has been waiting for. The male lion hesitates. The jaws of the opponent are extraordinary in their size. But faced with the prospect of losing its kill, it must act. The young king wants to drag the kill away, but the crocodile wants to hold what lies within its territory. A male lion possesses the strength to hesitate and pull back, but what unfolds if the one meeting the crocodile has no way out? Have you ever seen a queen in a tight spot against a sheer cliffside? With the crocodile-rich river right behind her. Keep your eyes peeled. for that fateful scene awaits us at the Mara River cliffs. But first, other gutsy contenders are stepping up. The entire pack moves as a unit. Today's mission is not only water, they must cross this river. A pack of 10 is a noisy pack. They have reached the stretch of river that must be crossed. The two boldest go first, but at that point, the river runs deep. The rest must find the shallowest crossing to avoid drowning. Success, but they are being followed. Nile crocodiles have a healthy habit, basking. After a long night in cold water, the body temperature of this ectotherm has dropped sharply. Solar radiation is here to warm the hunting machine. The predator is completely at ease. But the wild dog pack sees it as a threat, so they push the crocodile back to where they believe it belongs. The Nile crocodile is displeased, but under the harassment of the noisy, relentless pack, it returns to the water. The giant will watch the arrogant little soldiers closely. The leopard moves alone. In 95% of circumstances, this is its strength. The leopard is the only predator on the savannah capable of hauling prey, sometimes heavier than itself, 6 meters up an acacia tree. It exists at the boundary between day and night, occupying a space no other predator commands. A 38% success rate per hunt, the lowest among the large predators. But the leopard compensates with patience. It has been watching this waterhole since yesterday. Young wildebeest have chosen this as their drinking spot. The dense vegetation scattering their scent from the predator, or so they believe. For the wildebeest, nothing is better than a location offering both food and water until the leopard claims its lunch. This female leopard has survived her 7th dry season. The entire territory is, in most respects, hers. But drinking water remains a game of chance. The Nile crocodile does not welcome strangers in its water. But the leopard is not easily frightened. She prepared to face the creature that most animals fear. The Nile crocodile is the dominant predator of nearly every river in Africa. Its most powerful battleground lies where millions of creatures converge in search of life, the Great Migration. With a powerful chest set against lean hindquarters, Wildebeest carry the weathered bearing of the savanna wanderer. The curved, sickle-shaped horns are the species' defining weapon, one that only fully mature males truly command. After a long and dusty journey, the vast herd has reached the fierce Mara River, its waters churned to a dark turbidity. Beneath the surface lies the domain of the Nile crocodile, the continent's most formidable silent killers. Reaching up to 6 meters in length and exceeding 1,000 kilograms, they are armored in iron hide and armed with rows of sharp teeth. At the bank, the lead individuals strain forward, watching, weighing the leap across the line between survival and death. The immense pressure from thousands massing behind drives an inexorable, reckless surge forward. When the tension reaches its breaking point, one individual commits and throws itself into the current. This act instantly shatters the suffocating stillness that had gripped the entire bank. What follows is a living torrent pouring into the river like an avalanche, generating frenzied chaos within the murky water. The entire space trembles with bellowing and white foam. A deadly vortex forms silently, signaling the intervention of those powerful jaws. One wildebeest is pulled beneath the cold river and quickly becomes the focus of the crocodile pack. The water turns red in one section of the river as the fortunate ones continue their frantic swim toward the far bank. Each migration season, an estimated 250,000 individuals perish from exhaustion or predation. Data from Oxford University in 2025 indicates the actual population now stands at approximately 600,000 individuals. This figure is substantially lower than the 1,300,000 previously estimated, raising significant concern about the future of the Great Migration. When the last figures disappear into the distance, the river returns to its cold, indifferent stillness. Beneath the surface, the Nile crocodiles descend to wait patiently for the next wave. Above, the dark shapes of vultures begin to circle, scanning the ground with razor-sharp vision. The great feast of carrion begins formally as these aerial cleaners land on the ground. Ahead of the survivors lies verdant grassland, but that too is the beginning of a new, brutal cycle of survival. There is no time to rest. Instinct drives them onward along the endless road. The great journey of the wildebeest has always been an epic of nature's most brutal verse. But those who remain on the land lead lives no less magnificent. On the chessboard of survival of the savannah, the Maasai giraffe stands as a giant watchtower. But to claim that sovereignty, they must survive one of the most brutal births in the natural world. The future generation of giraffes is sown from brutal wars. Civil wars fought between 1.5-ton male giants, necking. The giraffe's skull accumulates calcium into rock-hard bone masses. The 2-meter-long neck transforms into a biological spiked mace. The centrifugal force from the neck swings, generates enough kinetic energy to cause internal trauma to the opponent. There is absolutely no mercy. Only the victor earns the right to continue the bloodline. But a grim reality awaits the future giraffe generation. After 15 months in the womb, they enter the world with a 2-meter drop. Life begins brutally, but that very fall is critical. It is the shock needed to jumpstart the lungs, but the very moment the calf gasps its first breath, the predators take notice. The scent of blood and amniotic fluid spreads through the air, acting as a deadly invitation to every assassin on the savannah. Nature does not tolerate weakness. The giraffe calf must stand and move within 30 minutes. The fragile skeletal system must immediately bear the burden of a 60-kilogram body on trembling legs. The heart must pump blood against gravity to the brain at a pressure twice that of a human just to maintain consciousness. If they are not quick, the young ones will never have the chance to tread the savanna grass again. Do not let Hollywood deceive you. Hyenas are not mere lurkers waiting for carrion left behind by other predators. In reality, 95% of their meals come from active hunting, with a staggering success rate of 74%. Typically, a hyena hunt is a long-distance endurance chase. A massive heart, constituting nearly 1% of their body weight, allows them to run continuously at 60 kilometers per hour. The prey's stamina is drained until it collapses completely, and jaws with a bite force of 1,100 pounds per square inch instantly extinguish the prey's life. But today's hunt will likely not require such exertion. The giraffe calf is still too weak, an easy meal for the ferocious hyena pack. A towering height of 5 meters grants the mother giraffe a commanding vantage point. She quickly detects the danger. Stomps carrying the kinetic energy of an 800-kilogram body can shatter hyena bones instantly. The meal is not as easy as the hyenas thought. They decide to retreat. There is no shame, for they are accustomed to the brutality of the savannah. Hyenas have had to fight for survival from the moment of birth. Siblings tear into each other to compete for the protein-rich mother's milk. About 25% of hyena cubs die from being killed or starved by their own siblings in the first weeks. The phenomenon of neonatal siblicide is nature's most ruthless rule of elimination. As for the giraffe, today is perhaps a lucky day. But the vast savanna still harbors many other risks. Lions are one of them. When the scorching heat of the summer noon paralyzes every sense, the royal family of the savannah commences the hunt. Unlike hyenas that rely on endurance, lions are masters of the art of ambush and explosive power. A muscular structure, accounting for a large proportion of the body, allows them to reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour in just a few short seconds. But defense is only a temporary solution. Faced with the raw power of the savannah's apex predator, fleeing is the wisest decision. The defensive kicks of the prey begin to make the lions wary. The giraffe's rear leg musculature is designed like compressed springs, storing energy for explosive release. A single precise kick is sufficient for the mother and calf pair to make their escape. The lion pride, accustomed to the status of dominant rulers, is left shaken by this ferocious resistance. Their perfect hunting formation is shattered, their coordination dissolving against the prey's sheer will to survive. They pant heavily, casting a regretful gaze toward the two giraffes fading into the distance. A disastrous start to the hunt. If you were a giraffe facing a predator on the savannah, would you choose to fight a lion or a hyena? Leave your choice in the comment section below. But the cubs are still waiting for the lioness to bring home a meal. And fortunately, the greatest migration of the African savannah has appeared. On the survival stage of East Africa, the Great Migration resembles a massive military campaign. Over 1.5 million wildebeest assemble into an expeditionary force to cross the lands of death. They seek out greener pastures. Their survival tactic relies on the law of predator satiation. Sheer numbers will saturate the hunting capacity of the enemy. Hundreds of thousands of calves are born simultaneously within a 2 to 3 week window. This is how survival rates through the hunting storm are guaranteed. But for the lion pride, this congestion is nothing short of a lavish feast served on a platter. And the slow, straggling calves are the main course of that banquet. Like the giraffe, the wildebeest does not succumb easily. They are biological tanks weighing up to 250 kilograms. The alarm signal spreads through the herd swarm intelligence faster than any telecommunications network. Curved horns and solid muscle mass, forged over thousands of miles, are pointed straight at the enemy. The wildebeest calf has returned to the safety of the family circle. That marks the end of the lion's hunt. They dare not gamble with fate, for the risk of being trampled under thousands of hooves is all too real. The lion pride watches in helplessness, realizing their power has limits against the strength of unity. In this kingdom, a unified collective is an impregnable fortress. Unity has forced even the apex predators to bow their heads. Not far away, another fearsome predator of the savannah is facing a similar plight. The cheetah. This is the most perfect speed machine nature has ever designed, a living Ferrari running on flesh and blood. A spine flexible as a coiled spring, and non-retractable claws provide absolute traction. In just 3 seconds, it can accelerate to 112 kilometers per hour. That speed allows them to target agile prey like the impala. The cheetah activates burn mode. The heart rate skyrockets to 250 beats per minute. Oxygen is continuously pumped to the overloaded muscle mass, but the impala mother does not give up her offspring easily. An outcome beyond the predator's calculations. It watches in helplessness as the impala calf returns to the safety of the family circle. As for the cheetah, this injury is nothing short of a death sentence. Even if it survives, it will no longer possess the ability to hunt. Once again, maternal love has spoken. That invisible strength has become the most formidable weapon against the savanna's apex predators. Lion, cheetah, and spotted hyena, which predator impressed you the most? Leave your comment below. But not every mother chooses the path of confrontation. Sometimes, stealth is the best option to protect fragile new lives. The young are ordered to dissolve into the dust, vanishing completely behind a camouflage curtain of dry grass and shadows. This is a tense battle, where absolute silence is the only shield against the keen olfactory senses of death. That is how the warthog protects its litter from the claws of the lion pride. The predators, having been defeated earlier by the giraffe, are now prowling for a new meal. Hunger does not drive them to recklessness. The hunt always begins with stalking and careful calculation. When the gap closes to less than 30 meters, the hunt truly explodes. Lions can hit speeds of 80 kilometers per hour in mere seconds, but warthogs are also resilient sprinters, capable of maintaining speeds near 50 kilometers per hour. The mother's tail stands erect like a signal flag, ensuring the tiny piglets do not get lost in the sea of tall grass. If they can just make it to the burrow, they will be safe. The warthog's den is actually the abandoned engineering of the aardvark. A tunnel system reaching 3 meters deep provides a temporary sanctuary. But the lion pride has not given up. Their muscle mass, constituting 60% of their body weight, begins to be put to work. However, the soil of these termite mounds after the rainy season is compacted like concrete. The meal has slipped away by a hair's breadth. Bad luck has not yet released its grip on the lion family in today's hunt. But not every prey animal possesses a ready-made burrow system like the warthog. Sometimes survival compels them to hide out in the middle of the open plains. Look closely. Do you see the gazelle fawn inside the grass? Born from the perfect union of sacred maternal love and the calculated wisdom of evolution. Returning to the lion pride. Gnawing hunger and wounded pride after failed hunts have driven them to recklessness. They set their sights on the African elephant. Adults are impregnable mobile fortresses weighing up to 6 tons. But the smaller calves, they can be the ideal targets. Lions are acutely aware of the weaknesses of these savanna giants. Their maneuverability is sluggish, and their vision is restricted in low-light conditions. This is where the predators exploit the advantage of numbers. They attack in waves, relentlessly draining the stamina of both the mother and the calf. The lion pride has finally emerged victorious, a victory written in patience and absolute ruthlessness. But little do they know the price of this victory is far too high. Which species' maternal instinct and protective defense impressed you the most? Share your thoughts with us in the comments below. While the hunters are engrossed in the battlefield, the lion cubs back home are left more vulnerable than ever. A herd of Cape buffalo has encroached upon the territory of the king of the grasslands. Detecting the scent of the enemy, but finding the warrior defenders absent, the herd decides to launch a preemptive strike. A brutal campaign of cleansing. But through the lens of survival, it is a calculation of cold logic. Killing a lion cub today is synonymous with saving hundreds of buffalo calves in the future. This is how the Cape buffalo balances the scales of power, eliminating the threat in its infancy. They seek to ensure that the enemy's dynasty will have no successor. When the lionesses return, they are greeted only by a deathly silence and devastation. Explosive rage erupts as the pride discovers the tragedy, transforming the grief of loss into a frenzied thirst for vengeance. The kings and queens let out an earth-shaking roar, declaring war on the retreating armored legion. But rage is the enemy of reason. In warfare, the one governed by emotion is the one destined for defeat. The phalanx formation is the Cape buffalo's most impenetrable line of defense. The once proud lions must now tuck their tails, scrambling up trees or hiding in the bush in utter humiliation. Today, the hunter has become the prey, chased across the very territory they once claimed as their own. The revenge has failed, and the scars on the lion's body will be a permanent reminder of the limits of power. In this savage kingdom, no god is immortal, and even those at the top of the food chain can be dethroned. To maintain a legion capable of challenging the kings, the reproduction of the Cape buffalo is not a matter of chance, but a military strategy. They do not give birth sporadically. They orchestrate the arrival of the next generation simultaneously, creating a massive demographic wave. The timing of mating is calculated with precision to coincide with the end of the rainy season, when nutritional resources are at their peak. The gestation period lasts 11.5 months, one of the longest among herbivores, ensuring the embryo reaches full development. When the first rains fall upon the parched savanna, the buffalo empire welcomes its new recruits. Thousands of calves are born at once, transforming the grasslands into a giant nursery, disrupting the predator's ability to focus. Creation has equipped these tiny warriors with extraordinary survival capabilities from the very first minute. Just 10 minutes after leaving the womb, the calf can stand. 30 minutes later, they are ready to march with the legion. This is not a choice. It is a command. Stand up or die. For the legion never waits for the weak. Buffalo milk contains extremely high levels of fat and protein, fueling rapid muscle growth. The calf's position in the formation is always at the center, encased within multi-layered protective circles. If a calf is threatened, the distress signal triggers a defensive response from the entire clan, regardless of bloodline. Every adult buffalo becomes a bodyguard, ready to fight to the death to protect the future bloodline of the empire. The tight bond between herd members is the ultimate weapon that has allowed the Cape buffalo to survive through millions of years of evolution. They understand that numbers are strength, and every child born today is a spear pointed at the enemy tomorrow. The Black Death Legion continues to grow stronger, preparing for the endless wars of the wildlands. Cape buffalo and lion. Who do you think is the most terrifying ruler of the wild savanna? Leave a comment below and let's see how many people agree with you. In the brutal arena of the savanna, motherhood is a tender vocation, but also a fierce military campaign. Amidst this deadly landscape, pregnancy is a gamble, and rearing the young is a war waged against the entire world. Enemies arrive not only with sharp fangs and claws from the outside, but sometimes from within their own ranks, the elements and the treachery of nature itself. Every species has developed unique reproductive strategies. This is how they ensure the continuity of their bloodline. Here, maternal love is measured by sacrifice, ruthlessness, and the capacity to kill, all to protect the next generation. On the sandbanks of the Lifeblood River, the reptilian queen performs her most sacred and terrifying ritual. The Nile crocodile, a killing machine that has existed since prehistoric times. They begin the war to protect their lineage, not with blood, but with temperature. The gender of the next generation is dictated by the heat of the sand. It is the sophisticated mechanism of temperature-dependent sex determination. If the nest temperature is between 31 and 34 degrees Celsius, male warriors will be born. And outside of this range, the eggs will hatch into female queens. During the 3 months of incubation, the mother crocodile transforms herself into a living fortress. She fasts completely to continuously guard the treasure buried beneath the sand. The chirping calls emitting from the earth are the first signal of the emergence of the new crocodile generation. And here, the most miraculous and paradoxical moment in nature takes place. Jaws with a bite force of 5,000 pounds per square inch, capable of crushing buffalo bone, become the gentlest cradle. The mother scoops up dozens of fragile hatchlings. Tactile sensors in her palate are so sensitive that they do not scratch the delicate skin of the newborns. Her mouth becomes the submarine transporting the hatchlings to the water, and also the first line of defense against brutal nature. The rivers of Central Africa are not a paradise. They are a grim battlefield where the mortality rate of hatchlings reaches 99% in the first year of life. Nile perch, storks, and even other adult male crocodiles are always lurking to commit acts of cannibalism. The mother must become a sleepless bodyguard, ready to tear apart anyone who dares to approach her brood hiding in the reeds. Beneath those same murky waters, hippos embark on an arduous reproductive journey. Mother hippos, giants weighing up to 1.5 tons, give birth directly in the water to escape the scorching heat and terrestrial predators. The birth of a hippo calf is a suffocating race for oxygen. The moment it is born, the calf must execute its first push to the surface to take a breath. a mere moment of delay, and its lungs will be flooded forever. That is the first challenge creation has bestowed upon them. But the real threat does not come from crocodiles or lions. It is their own kind that the mother and calf must fear. Dominant bulls are often extremely aggressive, viewing calves that are not their own as an eyesore to be eliminated. Infanticide is a constantly haunting ghost, forcing the mother to isolate herself from the pod to protect her child. And that is when the power of maternal love reigns supreme. Driven by protective instinct, the mother hippo transforms into a frenzied tank. She is ready to wield 50-centimeter tusks to attack anyone, even males twice her size. Conversely, when danger passes, she reveals her gentle nature. Mother's milk is pumped directly underwater, rich in nutrients, to turn the 50-kilogram infant into a massive monster in the shortest time possible. When moving on land, the calf always walks close to its mother's flank, shielded by a wall of flesh and fat tens of centimeters thick. In the world of the hippo, motherly love is rage. It is violence employed to establish an absolute safety zone. There is no negotiation, only a line between life and death, drawn by the fury of the river's greatest mother. However, the fury of the hippo is not yet the most terrifying. For in the dense thickets of the savannah, the black rhinoceros still lurks like a giant phantom. Unlike their white rhino brethren who live in herds, they are solitary assassins. Their life is a sequence of days spent in hiding, paranoid, and always in a state of combat readiness. A gestation period dragging on for 15 to 16 months is the time the mother prepares for the birth of a perfect replica. The black rhino calf is born with heightened alertness, inheriting the aggressive nature of the clan. A unique tactical trait distinguishes them from the white rhino. The calf always walks behind the mother. This allows the mother, with her keen hearing but poor vision, to act as the vanguard, clearing the path. The mother rhino is a living shield, absorbing all danger from the front. Thanks to this, her offspring are protected in the safe rear. This bond lasts up to 4 years, a record amount of time for the mother to teach the art of survival in the shadows. They teach the calf how to distinguish toxic plants, how to find underground water sources, and most importantly, how to attack before being attacked. Black rhinos are famous for their unprovoked rages, charging at termite mounds, trees, or even vehicles, all to ensure no threat is overlooked. But that aggression does not stem from malice, but originates from a cruel curse of creation: blindness. The vision of these armored tanks is so poor that everything beyond 30 meters is merely a blurry ghost. They cannot distinguish between a harmless bush and a stalking lion. Hesitation equals death, so they always proactively attack when sensing any anomaly. Super-sensitive smell and hearing signal danger to the black rhino, but the eyes cannot confirm it, forcing the body to activate combat mode immediately. For the black rhino, it is better to mistakenly kill a lifeless rock than to let a dangerous predator slip through the net. That unprovoked rage is, in reality, the desperate shield of a solitary warrior trying to protect life in the darkness. The danger of the black rhino is one of the primary reasons they earned their rank in the Big Five of wild Africa. This is the roster of the 5 most dangerous and difficult to hunt animals. It originated in the 19th and 20th centuries among Western big game hunters. The list includes African lion, the perfect ambusher, ready to charge the hunter even when gravely wounded. Leopard, the elusive ghost, intelligent, vindictive, and capable of dragging the enemy's corpse up a tree. African elephant, a massive fury, capable of crushing a hunter with a single strike of its trunk. Black rhinoceros, the blind tank, attacking anything that moves with uncontrollable aggression. Cape buffalo, the Black Death, the animal that has killed the most hunters, famous for its behavior of ambushing the stalker. Today, the name Big Five has shed the bloody coat of the past to become a symbol of tourism and conservation. But deep down, this title remains a reminder of supreme authority. These are the ones who never easily bow their heads to death. But the brutality of the reproductive war is not limited to any specific species. Small creatures like the meerkat are a prime example. Do not let their diminutive appearance deceive you. The society of these meerkats is one of the most brutal dictatorships on the savannah. Power is concentrated absolutely in the hands of a single female. The Alpha Queen, the matriarch. In this clan, motherhood is a privilege, not a basic right for every member. To ensure resources for her own offspring, the queen is willing to commit acts of chilling cruelty. She suppresses the reproductive capabilities of subordinate females using violence and stress-inducing pheromones. If a subordinate dares to get pregnant, the queen will exile the traitor from the burrow, pushing her into the deadly jaws of the desert. If those pups are born, the queen will ensure they do not survive to adulthood. On the other hand, other females are forced to nurse and protect the bloodline of the leader. The training of the young also bears a distinct military tone. Meerkats are the only species that actively teach their young how to kill. Adults bring back scorpions with their stingers bitten off, tossing them to the pups to practice combat skills. They create tiny warriors, knowing how to face venom and death from the moment they are weaned. Under the iron rule of the queen, the meerkat clan operates like a well-oiled machine, where the individual must sacrifice for the benefit of the leader. Atop the thorny canopy of acacia trees, an aerial fortress is erected by a bird with strangely long legs, the secretary bird. They do not coddle their young like other weak avian species. They do not just feed them food, they feed them the skills of an assassin. The secretary bird's nest spans up to 2.5 meters wide. This is not a cradle, it is a training arena for the future destroyers of the ground. From the moment they hatch, the chicks are nourished with the fresh meat of venomous snakes and lizards. The mother provides not only sustenance, but also passes down the most terrifying biological weapon, the kick of death. Those slender long legs are, in reality, hydraulic pistons, capable of delivering a kick with a force 5 times their body weight. The strike is so fast, it takes only 15 milliseconds to make contact, 10 times faster than the blink of a human eye. The chicks practice this motion daily in the nest, stomping on insects and small reptiles. They must learn to pinpoint the skull of a venomous snake to deliver the killing blow before the snake can strike back. There is no room for error. A missed kick means being injected with deadly venom. When they leave the nest, they are not bewildered fledglings. They have become professional infantry, marching across the ground to hunt for death. Motherhood here is about armament, transforming her offspring into the rulers of reptilian fear. Amidst the chaos of the outside world, the Hornbill family chooses to construct a doomsday bunker for survival. Their reproductive strategy is voluntary imprisonment, an absolute sacrifice of freedom by the mother. Once a suitable tree hollow is found, the female climbs inside and begins to seal herself in using mud, feces, and mashed fruit. She constructs a fortified wall, leaving only a narrow slit just wide enough to pass her beak through. Inside that cramped, dark dungeon, the mother undergoes a total molt, becoming naked and completely flightless. They are wagering their lives and the lives of their chicks on the loyalty of a single individual, the male outside. The father becomes the sole provider, making hundreds of trips a day to feed the entire family through the tiny slot. If the male dies or abandons them, the family behind the wall will starve to death, transforming the nest into a collective tomb. This dependence is the greatest gamble of trust in the animal kingdom. Inside the darkness, the chicks grow up absolutely safe from snakes, monkeys, and hawks. When the young are large enough, the mother breaks down the wall, stepping out into the world with new plumage, completing the mission of a magnificent prisoner. In the moral realm of humans, the cuckoo is the most despicable villain. But in the wild, they are geniuses. The mother bird builds no nest, incubates no eggs. They spend their entire lives surveillance and decoding the cipher of the host species. Once the intelligence is gathered, they lay their eggs in another's nest with a mimicry capability so perfect it is terrifying. This is an evolutionary arms race, where the con artist is always one step ahead of the victim. The true crime begins when the cuckoo chick hatches, often days earlier than the host's offspring. Though blind, raw, and weak, the instinct of an assassin surges through its veins. Using a specially developed hollow in its back, it painstakingly heaves every single host egg out of the nest, sending them crashing to the ground to shatter. It executes a cold-blooded massacre of its foster siblings to monopolize the food supply from the foster parents. But the title for the most sophisticated and calculated reproductive strategy perhaps belongs to the ostrich. They do not incubate eggs singly. They create a massive communal nest, holding up to 60 eggs. The one holding the reins of power is the queen, the major hen, the primary consort of the dominant male. The major hen permits lower-ranking females, the minor hens, to lay their eggs in the same nest under her rule. At first glance, this seems like generous cooperation, but in reality, it is a ruthless meat shield strategy. The queen, with sharp instinct, will push her own eggs to the safest center of the nest. The eggs of other females are shoved to the outer periphery, acting as biological armor. If egg thieves like jackals or hyenas attack, they will consume the eggs at the edge first, the offspring of the weak. The sacrifice of the many is used to ensure the safety of the royal bloodline located in the center. When danger threatens the hatched chicks, the mother ostrich immediately executes the broken wing tactic. She runs clumsily, one wing dragging on the ground. The main goal is to draw the predator's attention, luring them far away from the brood. In this high-stakes game, intellect and cruel arrangement are utilized to maximize the chance of survival in the open lands full of death. The savannah welcomes its fragile newborns in many harsh ways. But that is merely the beginning. Countless young ones, shortly after birth, are immediately swept into the greatest migration on the planet. This is not a leisurely excursion to a promised land. It is the most brutal march in wild Africa. Over 2 million souls are forced into a 3,000-kilometer circle of death to outrun starvation. For the newly enlisted recruits, there is no concept of childhood or mercy. They are born mid-March, and their baptism is one of road dust, rushing currents, and enemy claws. The Mara River is not a source of cool refreshment, but a mass grave where death lies in wait beneath the silt. Only those possessing the most superior genetics earn the right to witness tomorrow's dawn. In the chaotic legion of the migration, the plain zebra are the vanguard knights. They lead the way using excellent geographic memory. Their social structure is not a faceless herd, but tight-knit family squads, headed by the stallion, who holds the power of life and death and provides absolute protection. Zebra foals are born with legs nearly as long as their mothers, a biological design allowing them to race immediately. Within just 15 minutes of touching the ground, they must stand. Within 1 hour, they must reach a full gallop. But movement alone is not enough. Zebras need defensive methods to counter predators on the road. That is their magical black and white striped coat. That coat is a visual weapon known as motion dazzle. When the herd moves, thousands of stripes merge to form a massive optical illusion. Predators like lions suffer from visual disruption, unable to distinguish individual targets from the hallucinatory mass. But the most devastating threat to a zebra foal sometimes comes not from lions, but from its own kind. If the dominant stallion is defeated by a usurper, tragedy strikes the young ones. The victor will not hesitate to bite or trample to death the offspring of the old king. He wants to wipe out the enemy's bloodline and force the females back into the reproductive cycle to carry his genes. In this moment, the mother zebra faces a cruel choice. Fight a hopeless battle to protect her child, or submit to the new tyrant. On the migration route, the foal is always sandwiched within the formation. Mother leads. Father brings up the rear, ready to unleash a deadly rear kick. They are warriors, forged in the furnace of betrayal and speed. Under the pathfinding of the zebras, the mightiest army of the Great Migration marches confidently. The blue wildebeest, the main character, the most numerous infantry class in this great crusade. Their survival strategy is the swamping strategy, flooding the predator market with overwhelming numbers. 80% of the calves are born simultaneously within 2 to 3 weeks, creating a population explosion that shakes the steppe. No matter how actively lions and hyenas hunt, they cannot consume all of these 500,000 newborn souls. Wildebeest calves are among the most precocial creatures in the natural world. Their muscles are programmed to function immediately. They can run faster than a human just 7 minutes after birth. With no hiding places in the vast open plains, the only safety lies in sticking close to their mother's shadow. The nervous system of the young operates on a powerful imprinting mechanism in the first few hours. They will follow any large moving object in front of them. Sometimes they make fatal mistakes, confusing their mothers with tourist vehicles or even lions. On the journey across the Mara River, these children must face the gauntlet of death. Rushing currents, sheer cliffs, and waiting crocodile jaws turn the river into a meat grinder. Thousands of calves break their legs, drown, or are trampled by their own panicked kin. Their mothers, despite the pain, cannot stop. The rule of the army is move or die. The children who survive the river of blood do not do so by luck, but through endurance and an extraordinary will to survive. They are the fuel maintaining the flame of the migration, the necessary sacrifice for the wildebeest empire to exist. Amidst the massive torrent of blue wildebeest, the eland rise like towering giants. They are the largest antelope in Africa. A male eland can weigh up to 1 ton, possessing enough muscular power to toss a lioness into the air. The rearing strategy of these titans relies not on quantity, but on quality and collective guardianship. Instead of clinging to their mothers at all times, eland calves are gathered into crowded and tight-knit nurseries. This is a militarized model of upbringing, where the children are guarded by a few selected nannies. Separating the young allows mothers time to seek high-quality forage to produce milk. Eland milk is a superfood, containing fat and protein levels 3 times higher than cow's milk. This dense energy source helps eland calves grow at rocket speed, quickly reaching a safe size. In the nursery, the young learn to socialize and form alliances from an early age. Despite their immense size, eland remain targets for predators. However, attacking an eland fortress is no easy task. Adult elands form a defensive circle, horns pointing outward, shielding the future generation in the center. They are capable of jumping 2.5 meters from a standing start, a display of power that terrifies the enemy. The eland teaches the savanna a lesson. Size is an advantage, but disciplined organization is the key to invincibility. Meanwhile, the Topi antelope are fanatics about genetic perfection. During the breeding season, the males transform the grasslands into a lek, a veritable Roman Colosseum. Each male claims a small patch of land, marking his territory with secretions and standing atop termite mounds to flaunt his power. They fight furiously, horns clashing loudly to seize the center of the arena, the most prime real estate. The females only choose to mate with the winning gladiators in the center, ensuring their offspring carry the blood of a champion. Topi calves are born as the crystallization of the most dominant genes: speed, stamina, and aggression. Unlike the wildebeest, the Topi calf undergoes a short lying out phase before joining the race. Their dark reddish-brown fur blends perfectly with the clay and dry grass, transforming them into lifeless rocks. But once they rise, they are the F1 race cars of the antelope world, capable of maintaining high speeds over long distances. Far removed from the thundering hooves of the ungulates, within the dark crevices of the rocks, a cold-blooded mother is executing her mission. The Central African rock python, a reptile stretching up to 6 meters, is the embodiment of a nightmare for every living creature, humans included. But contrary to the general reptilian instinct of abandonment, the mother python is a guardian devoted to the extreme. After laying up to 100 eggs, the mother does not leave. She coils her massive body around the clutch, creating a living wall of flesh. This is a massive biological incubator. Despite being ectothermic, cold-blooded, the mother possesses the ability to self-generate heat by continuously shivering her muscles. This action burns a tremendous amount of energy, and the mother accepts complete fasting during the entire 3 months of incubation. Her body becomes gaunt, her skin wrinkled, but the predator's gaze remains razor-sharp, ready to launch a death strike. Any egg thief, from monitor lizards to wild dogs, daring to approach will be crushed within a 1,000-pound constriction. When the eggs hatch, 60-centimeter hatchlings emerge, carrying the full venom of cruelty and assassin instincts. The mother's protection ends here. The mother python has drained her strength to bring them to the threshold of life. These tiny assassins disperse, beginning their independent hunting careers from day one. They are time bombs planted in the ecosystem, destined to grow up and swallow whole both antelopes and crocodiles. High in the upper atmosphere, where the air is thin and vision commands a view of hundreds of miles, the martial eagle reigns like a solitary emperor. This is the largest eagle in Africa, with a wingspan wide enough to blot out the sun and sharp talons capable of crushing a monkey's skull. Their reproductive strategy is high investment, high risk, defying the law of quantity followed by prey species. This pair of sky overlords lays only a single egg every 2 years. Their nest is not a hastily woven basket, but a massive fortress perched atop the highest tree of the savannah. The eaglet is born like a crown prince, enjoying the finest resources from its parents. Throughout the first 3 months, the father assumes the role of provider, delivering fresh meat ranging from venomous snakes to small antelopes. The mother patiently tears off small pieces of meat, feeding her only child with the tenderness of a queen. But this pampering has a purpose. It is to train a perfect killing machine to succeed the aerial throne. The dependency period lasts nearly 1 year, a record time in the avian world. The child must learn to control massive wings and how to exploit thermals to soar without expending energy. Ultimately, the true winner of the Great Migration is neither the lion nor the antelope. It is the scavengers, the white-backed vulture. They do not participate in the race. They stand high above, observing and waiting for the failure of others. The white-backed vulture does not breed in the shadows. They construct aerial cities, colonies of nests atop acacia trees. Vulture chicks grow up amidst the scent of death, nourished by the rotting flesh of those who have fallen in the war for survival. Their stomach is a chemical reactor with extreme acidity, capable of digesting even anthrax bacteria and the plague. The vulture parents are diligent and ruthless sanitation workers. They soar hundreds of kilometers daily in search of carcasses. When an antelope falls, the signal spreads through the air, and the sky darkens with hundreds of black wings. The vulture chick must learn the most important lesson. That is patience and hierarchy at the banquet of blood. They must know to yield to larger species like the lappet-faced vulture to tear open the thick skin before rushing in for their share. Competition in the nest is equally fierce. The food source depends entirely on the death toll on the ground. If the savanna is peaceful, vultures will starve. That is why they pray for war, disease, and drought. The survival of the new vulture generation is proof of a dark truth. One's death is another's life. They are the final notes in the tragic symphony of the wild savanna. They clean the battlefield to prepare for a new cycle of life. While the weak seek safety in the chaotic herd, the apex assassins choose the solitary path. In the savage kingdom, solitude is not a sign of sorrow, but the pinnacle of survival strategy. They are phantoms, shadows gliding through the night, leaving no trace and needing no allies. Their existence is a pact with silence, where every mistake is paid for with their own lives. For these single mothers, raising offspring is a near impossible mission, acting as both hunter and protector. They have no pride to rely on. They have only razor-sharp instincts and weapons honed by millions of years of evolution. The leopard is the perfect embodiment of stealth and coiled muscular power. They are the most widely distributed of the big cats, yet remain the most elusive, the true phantoms of the jungle. A female leopard's life is forever altered when she carries the bloodline of the next generation. She seeks out deep rock crevices or the densest thorny thickets to transform into a hidden fortress. Born blind and helpless, the cubs are the savanna's most precious yet vulnerable treasures. For the first 10 days, the mother becomes a willing prisoner, rarely leaving the den so she can keep her tiny charges warm. But hunger is a cruel warden, forcing the queen of the night to leave her offspring defenseless to hunt. This is when death comes knocking. 50% of cubs never survive their first year. Their scent attracts mortal enemies, lions and hyenas, killers who strike not out of hunger but to eliminate the competition. To counter this, the mother adopts a strategy of constant movement, shifting dens every few days to erase their trail. As the cubs grow, she teaches them the most vital survival skill, the vertical retreat. Unique shoulder structure and rippling muscles allow the leopard to hoist prey 3 times its own weight up a vertical trunk. The tree becomes a private kingdom, an inviolable sanctuary against the lions and hyenas prowling below. The cubs learn to turn precarious boughs into a playground, and later the world's safest dining table. If the leopard relies on stealth, the honey badger survives on manic aggression and reckless disregard for life. Recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the most fearless creature on the planet, they are the true hooligans of the wild. The single mother honey badger possesses the mentality of a Viking warrior, better a glorious death than a life of shame. The cub is born in a makeshift burrow, blind, naked, and pathetically weak. But the blood coursing through its veins carries a superior venom-resistant genome, forged over millennia. From the moment they take their first steps, the first lesson is not flight, but confrontation. The mother teaches her cub to dig with terrifying speed, transforming the earth into a bunker in mere minutes. She drags back scorpions, toxic centipedes, and cobras as live combat drills for her child. The cub learns to crush the venomous snake's head before the toxin can be pumped into its bloodstream. If bitten, their body falls into a temporary coma to allow the immune system to neutralize the toxin, only to revive and finish eating the enemy's corpse. In the tall grasses and waterlogged marshlands, another phantom glides, not by brute force, but by precision. The serval is a masterpiece of genetic engineering, possessing the longest legs in the felid family relative to body size. But their ultimate weapon is their oversized ears, acting like two military radar dishes scanning every sound frequency. The mother serval is an architect of patience, raising her offspring in dense, concealed grass nests. Unlike the leopard hunting big game, the serval focuses on tiny but elusive targets, rodents. Their hunting success rate reaches 50%, double that of lions, thanks to the death from above technique. The young serval is trained by its mother in a firing range of tall grass, where vision becomes useless. They must learn to close their eyes and see with their hearing, pinpointing the rustle of a mouse dozens of meters away. When the target is locked, the serval executes a vertical leap up to 3 meters high, then plunges down like a missile. The forepaws slam into the ground to stun the prey, followed by a precise bite to the skull. The mother teaches her young. In this world, you don't need to be the biggest. You just need to be the fastest and the most precise. But the serval's life is also fraught with danger. They are predators, but also prey for eagles and leopards. The mother must remain on high alert, her ears rotating 180 degrees, constantly to listen for the beating wings of death from above. When the cubs are 6 months old, they possess permanent canines and the skills of a sniper. By this time, the mother drives them away, forcing them to seek new wetlands to continue the mission of the living radars. They are a testament to nature's finesse. A killing machine wrapped in an exterior of elegance and grace. In the gentle morning light, the swift steps of the African wild dog glide across the dry grasslands, silent yet full of determination. They move in packs, each individual holding a strategic position, eyes fixed on every movement in the savannah. As the largest wild canid in Africa, they are solitary in strength, but survive through flawless coordination among pack members. Their bond is so strong that if an individual is separated from the pack, it can experience extreme stress, even succumbing to broken heart syndrome. The lineage of the African wild dog dates back millions of years, diverging from a common ancestor with the Canis genus and evolving into a highly efficient predator. They are distinguished by powerful jaws and razor-sharp teeth, specialized for a fully carnivorous diet. Unlike wolves or hyenas, they lack retractable claws, which gives them an advantage in maintaining high-speed endurance while chasing prey. Known for their striking coat patterns, Each individual has a unique fur pattern, like nature's own artwork, with no two dogs looking exactly alike. Within the ecosystem of Kruger National Park, the African wild dog population has dwindled to just around 400 individuals, a concerning figure. Habitat loss, human expansion, hunting, and diseases transmitted from domestic dogs have all contributed to an uncertain future for the species. African wild dogs live in stable packs, typically ranging from 2 to 27 individuals, with a well-defined hierarchy. Unlike most carnivores, males remain in the pack upon maturity, while females disperse. This system helps maintain genetic diversity and reduces the risk of inbreeding. With a hunting success rate of up to 80%, they surpass all other large predators in Africa. Meanwhile, herds of Cape buffalo continue moving across the vast grasslands, their massive bodies creating an unshakable presence in the savanna. With their powerful build, males can weigh up to 870 kilograms, making them one of Africa's largest herbivores and one of the most influential species in the ecosystem. The evolutionary history of Cape buffalo spans millions of years, sharing ancestry with the Asian water buffalo and other wild bovines. Unlike wild yaks or wild water buffalo, which gave rise to domesticated cattle, Cape buffalo has never been tamed. Their aggressive temperament, unpredictable nature, and strong resistance make them one of the most difficult wild animals to control. With a stocky frame and short yet muscular legs, Cape buffalo is shorter than some other large bovine species, but has a heavier and more powerful forebody. Their broad front hooves help support their massive head and shoulders, while their curved horns form an almost impenetrable defense against predators. Their heads are always held low, with the skull crest positioned below the spine, giving them a distinctive posture, always ready to charge at any threat. Herd structure plays a crucial role in their survival strategy. Large herds can consist of hundreds of individuals, offering protection against predators. Calves and weaker individuals remain at the center, while strong adults form an outer ring to counter potential threats. When pursued, the herd does not always flee. Instead, they may turn back and confront their attackers, making even top predators like the African lion cautious. Lions frequently hunt Cape buffalo, but even in groups, they require precise coordination to bring down an adult buffalo. In many cases, the herd retaliates, forcing lions into a vulnerable position and sometimes turning the hunters into the hunted. Across the vast open grassland with low mopane of Kruger National Park, herds of blue wildebeest move relentlessly, following the endless rhythm of nature. Each step they take sends tremors through the ground, their muscular bodies covered in a thin layer of dust under the blazing sun. Migration is the cornerstone of the blue wildebeest's survival strategy. They can travel up to 80 kilometers in just 5 days without drinking water, extracting moisture from grass and mopane stems. Their physiological system is designed to sustain endurance in arid conditions. With 62.6% of their energy efficiently converted into movement, their bodies operate at peak performance, minimizing heat loss. Their body temperature can rise to 38 degrees Celsius by midday, but their biological regulation allows them to keep moving without being affected by extreme heat. The life cycle of the blue wildebeest follows a fixed rhythm. They spend over half the day resting, 33% grazing, and 12% moving. When the sun reaches its peak, they seek shelter under scattered mopane trees, reducing water loss before continuing their journey at dawn or dusk. Herds communicate through gestures and deep vocalizations, forming a tightly knit social structure that enhances survival against lurking dangers. However, their journey is not always smooth. African lions, spotted hyenas, and cheetahs constantly watch, waiting for the slightest misstep to strike. When pursued, blue wildebeest do not scatter chaotically, but maintain a tight formation, creating a moving wall that makes it difficult for predators to single out a target. Weaker individuals and calves are protected at the center, while stronger adults hold the outer positions, shielding the herd from attacks. Further north in Kruger National Park, the Pafuri and Makuleka regions open up a different world, where riverine ecosystems create lush green forests interwoven with arid grasslands. This was once the settlement of the Makuleka tribe, a community that lived in harmony with nature for centuries. The surrounding rock formations still preserve ancient rock paintings, where prehistoric people depicted their lives through images of hunting and rituals. Throughout the 19th century, the Makuleke people developed a riverside agricultural system, relying on the flow of the Luvuvu River for farming and fishing. Today, it has become a protected natural reserve, managed by the local community itself. The climate of the far northern Sandveld is drier than other areas of Kruger. Annual rainfall averages around 200 millimeters, significantly lower than in the park's central regions. This aridity has given rise to highly adapted ecosystems, where flora and fauna have evolved to endure harsh conditions. During the rainy season, from October to March, riverine wetlands swell with water, attracting a multitude of animals seeking sustenance. But as the dry season stretches from April to September, the waters recede, leaving behind cracked earth and forcing wildlife to migrate toward deeper water sources. As the blood-red sun descends below the horizon, darkness swallows the savanna, yet the battle never ends. In this savage kingdom, mother is not a synonym for gentleness, but a title bestowed upon the greatest of warriors. Motherhood here is not woven from soothing lullabies, but forged in scorching fire, thorny dust, and the fangs of enemies. It is the ultimate sacrifice, where mothers willingly exchange their own existence to ensure a single fragile heartbeat continues to pulse. From the Titan forest elephant to the diminutive meerkat queen, all share a singular mission: to defy the extinction stalking them every second. They teach us that in this indifferent and cruel world, love is the most powerful act of rebellion against death itself. The survivors of today are not merely the result of luck, but a legacy purchased with the blood and resilience of those who came before. They are living proof that even in the deepest darkness, the flame of life burns more fiercely than ever. Standing before such primal and magnificent sacrifice, ask yourself one final question. When darkness encroaches and death comes knocking, how far would you go to protect your own bloodline? We have just traveled together through the most unfiltered moments of survival combat on the African savanna. Which animal in today's episode made you see the wild world differently? Was it the zebra with its powerful instinctive hind kick, or the heartbreaking counter of the unfortunate giraffe mother? Leave your experience in the comments. Your understanding is the greatest tribute to these wild animals. Your understanding is the greatest tribute to these wild animals. Don't forget to like and subscribe to join us on the next journey into the field, where we continue to decode the most mysterious survival codes. And if you want to explore more about other wild animals, continue with Win or Die full episode. Driven near extinction by royal hunts and habitat loss. To nearly 900 in the 2025 census. A 32% increase in just 5 years from the 2020 census of 628. This is the most successful conservation story in lion history. From the brink of extinction to nearly 900 in a century. But it is also a story of absolute fragility. The entire remaining Asiatic lion population on Earth lives in a single region, Gir, Gujarat, India. And according to the 2025 census, most of these 900 now live outside the boundaries of formal protected areas, requiring a complex coexistence with local communities. All the eggs in one basket, one fast-spreading disease. Like the canine distemper virus that killed 23 lions in 3 weeks in 2018. One severe, prolonged drought across Gujarat, that is all it would take. Not to threaten them, but to erase the entire population within a few years. Ethiopia, India, 2 countries. One mountain forest, one dry forest, the same northern bloodline. Both counting every last individual. Numbers not large enough to erase the worry, but large enough to erase despair. For now. Sometimes the borders between dynasties are not geographic, not the Sahara or the Hindu Kush or the oceans between continents. They are genetic. Invisible boundaries drawn by nature over millions of years through geographic separation and evolutionary pressure to ensure that species theoretically able to interbreed never meet under conditions that would allow it. Sometimes it was humans who erased those boundaries, not out of malice, not by plan. The liger, a male lion and a female tiger, crossbred in captivity in an artificial environment. Lions and tigers never meet in the wild because their ranges do not overlap. African lions on the African continent, tigers in Asia. Though the historical ranges of the Asiatic lion and the Bengal tiger once overlapped in parts of India and the Middle East when both were still abundant, there is no evidence of natural interbreeding. Their ways of living, their hunting habits, and their daily rhythms differed enough to keep them apart, even within the same forest. Evolution kept them separate through geography and behavior for millions of years. Humans removed both from the equation in a single evening, and the result was Hercules. the heaviest liger ever recorded in the Guinness World Records, now living at the Institute of Greatly Endangered and Rare Species in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, USA. 418 kilograms, larger than any lion or tiger that ever lived. Significantly larger than any big cat in the history of natural evolution. Why do ligers grow so large? Both parent species evolved separately for millions of years, and in the process developed separate growth control mechanisms, each calibrated to its own species. Male lions carry growth-promoting genes evolved to push bodies to grow fast in the competitive world of the African grassland. Female tigers carry growth-suppressing genes evolved to ensure cubs never grow too large for a tigress to raise alone. When the male lion's genes meet the female tiger's genes in a liger's body, the lion's growth promoting genes never meet their corresponding breaks from the tiger's side, and the tiger's suppressor genes cannot read the signals from the lion's genes. The result, a body with no natural breaks, growing far beyond every limit its ancestors ever reached. The tigon, the reverse from a male tiger and a female lion, is usually smaller than both parents. Two completely different outcomes from the same genetic mix, depending only on the direction of the cross. Both ligers and tigons are sterile in most cases. They are the end point of an evolutionary line that cannot continue. And then there is the West African lion, not a hybrid, not an oddity, not a product of human interference. Just a dynasty quietly serving as the last free-living link in a genetic chain whose importance few people know. The West African lion lives scattered across Senegal, Benin, Nigeria, Chad, Burkina Faso, lands where lions dominated the entire landscape less than 2 centuries ago. The West African lion is genetically closer to the wild extinct Barbary lion and the Asiatic lion of Gujarat than to any lion in East or Southern Africa. When the Barbary lion vanished from the wild in the 1960s, the West African lion became the last voice of the northern bloodline, still moving freely on African soil. Not behind bars, not inside fenced reserves, not in supervised breeding programs. Free, scattered, not protected nearly enough. But return to Morocco, return to rock and roar. The Barbary lion genome still exists. In the complete breeding records, maintained by the network of European and North African zoos. The mountain forests of Ethiopia still keep their mountain king. Timbavati still guards the white gene in the blood of its ordinary lions. The Gir forest still echoes with the last roar. The dynasties are not lost, not yet. The Barbary lion of the Atlas Mountains learned to live in cold, high-altitude forest where winter brings snow, and prey moves along vertical paths no lowland lion could track effectively. The Barbary's dense mane was not decoration, it was insulation. The Ethiopian lion of the Bale Mountains learned to hunt small prey in the thin air at 3,500 meters, a skill in no other dynasty's repertoire. The desert lion of the Skeleton Coast learned to walk 50 kilometers a night across desert and to hunt seals on the ocean's edge. The mane of the mannerless Tsavo lion, or its absence, is an adaptation, not a deficiency. Each dynasty is not just a different set of genes. Each dynasty is a library of survival knowledge. Written not in words, but in behavior, passed down not through books, but through watching, imitating, and trial after trial across generations. When a dynasty falls, we do not just lose its last individuals. Modern conservation genetics can store DNA. It can clone a genome. But science cannot store a culture. Those things exist only while the dynasty still lives in its true environment. Seven dynasties, one species, 50,000 years apart. And each dynasty found its own answer to the same question: how to survive in a world never designed to be easy. Dynasties do not end when the last king falls. They end when no one remembers they ever existed. Which of these 7 dynasties surprised you the most? The Barbary lion, the Emperor's lion, the White lion, the God's lion, the Ethiopian lion, the Mountain King. Leave your answer in the comments. The next video will take you to another dynasty, a species whose survival depends not on strength or speed, but on an entirely different weapon that evolution spent millions of years building. Dusk dies fast over the Ngorongoro sky. In the deep darkness, the black-maned pride awakens. They rest 15 to 20 hours a day. The males can sleep up to 20. This is not laziness. This is a strategy of stored energy. Every calorie banked through the long day will be released in full at the decisive moments. When night turns the savannah into the hunter's stage. A lion's eyes read darkness better than human eyes, by 6 to 8 times, thanks to a reflective layer called the tapetum lucidum behind the retina. Moonlight, faint to a human eye, is more than enough for a lion to read the smallest movement of its prey. Tonight, the target is the African buffalo, an adult bull weighing close to 900 kilograms. Exceptional individuals can approach a full ton. The horns, fused across the crown of the head, form a solid shield of bone. Known as the boss, hard enough to stop even a lion's canines. This is no easy prey. This is the most dangerous creature the Ngorongoro lions face on a regular basis. Blending their black manes perfectly into the night, the ghosts of Ngorongoro slip silently upwind. They close the distance with infinite patience. The instant the prey lowers its head to graze, the whole pride explodes forward. They are arrows tearing through the dark. The lead hunter pours all its force into a single bite, before the giant can strike back. Life and death are decided in a matter of seconds. The buffalo goes down. Buffalo are not the only target. Wildebeest are regular prey too on Ngorongoro nights. A wildebeest can accelerate to 80 kilometers per hour. But it can only hold that speed briefly. The lion's strategy is not to outrun the prey, but to appear suddenly at closer range, leaving the prey no time to react. At night, the wildebeest's range of detecting danger shrinks dramatically, and that is all a lion needs. Each successful hunt, though rare, only about 20. To 30% feeds the whole pride for days. Each failed hunt, in turn, burns precious energy, pushing the lions one step closer. To the threshold of starvation. The night hunt is a game of probabilities, and the black-maned pride of Ngorongoro has evolved to tilt the odds in its favor, night after night. But individual ability, however formidable, has its limits. In the world of lions, true power does not belong to the lone individual. It belongs to a coalition. Sabi Sands Reserve, northeastern South Africa, 2006. 6 male lions walk into new territory. And the history of the African savanna will never be the same again. They were called the Mapogo, named after a notorious South African security company, a name that evokes order imposed through violence. The coalition had 6 members. Makulu was the largest, about 2 years older than the others. At his side were Mr. T, Kinky Tail, Pretty Boy, Rasta, and Scar. For 6 years, the Mapogo coalition controlled some 70,000 hectares, twice the average territory of an ordinary lion coalition. An estimated 100 rival lions were defeated or killed during their expansion. 8 prides of lionesses fell under their rule. This is no fairy tale of kingship. This is absolute dominance. Built on a coalition of 6 males, operating as a single military unit. The Mapogo's power lay in no single individual. It lay in coordination. 6 adult males attacking at once create a force that no pride of lions can withstand. But absolute power never lasts forever. Internal conflicts began tearing the coalition apart from within, while pressure from outside kept building. As a younger, hungrier coalition closed in. That was the Majingilane coalition. It began with 5 males. One was killed by the Mapogo in June 2010. The 4 survivors grew strong and finally replaced the Mapogo, ruling for roughly 8 years until around 2018. The wheel of power turns, old coalitions collapse, and new ones rise. This is the eternal heartbeat of lion society. But the Mapogo were not the only legendary coalition. Elsewhere on the continent, another band of brothers wrote an epic of their own. Masai Mara, Kenya. Four male lions born in 2008 to the Olombo Pride: Sikio, Morani, Hunter, and Scarface. The world called them the Musketeers. Scarface, with the distinctive scar above his right eye, became the symbol of the whole group. In 2012, the four brothers seized control of the Marsh Pride, one of the most famous lion prides in the world. They replaced the previous males, Romeo and Claude, and established a new bloodline. They did not preserve the old line. They imposed a new order, a new generation. The Musketeers' territory stretched far beyond the Marsh Pride's range, covering Paradise, Mugoro, Topi Plains, and Rekoro. Scarface died of natural causes in June 2021 at around 13 years old. An astonishing lifespan for a male lion in the wild. From the Mapogo to the Musketeers, 2 coalitions, 2 lands, but one shared law. A male lion's power is temporary, measured in years, not decades. And every dynasty ends the same way, replaced by a younger, stronger generation. The Himalayas, a wall of ice stretching 2,400 kilometers, dividing the Indian subcontinent and the Tibetan plateau. The land dubbed the third pole of the earth. In Sanskrit, Himalaya is the kingdom of snow. To millions of Hindus, these peaks are the sanctuary of Lord Shiva. To the Tibetans, Everest is Chomolungma, the holy mother of the cosmos. The Himalaya stands as a great water tower, the lifeblood for nearly 2 billion souls. According to the latest 2025 reports from the Global Alpine Surveillance Coalition, the ice is vanishing at a record pace. The boundary between endurance and extinction for both beast and man has never been more fragile. At an altitude above 4,000 meters, oxygen levels drop to only 60% compared to sea level. The cold of -40 degrees Celsius seems to reject all life. But in that unforgiving frozen land, the most resilient warriors rise. Having lost the markhor, the snow leopard seeks out the Himalayan tar, the tenacious warriors of the cliffs. They are the embodiment of raw muscular power. The mane, rough, surrounding the necks of adult males has earned the Himalayan tar the title Lion of the Snowy Mountains. In winter, this mane reaches maximum growth, extending down to the knees. It is both a sign of dominance within the herd and a biological shield. The thick fur helps protect the throat, the most vital weak point, from the deadly bites of snow leopards or wolves. The tahr lives at a slightly lower altitude than the barrel, about 2,500 to 5,000 meters. The terrain here is a chaotic mix of sheer cliffs and dense vegetation. To conquer this terrain, their hooves feature a special structure with a soft core, elastic like rubber to adhere to the most slippery rock surfaces. The friction generated is sufficient to hold a 90-kilogram body firm on a 60-degree inclined rock ledge. The snow leopard does not miss the second chance, but the tahr's reflex is faster than a blink. Lacking the momentum to leap far like the markhor, it plunges straight down the sheer cliff below. It runs on the wall thanks to 4 legs working independently, seeking footholds only as small as a coin. The snow leopard stops right at the very edge of the precipice. It looks down at the prey standing steadfast in a place where gravity should have won. For the Himalayan tahr, no cliff is a dead end. There are only paths that the predator dares not follow. The golden eagle rules the skies with wings of steel. The snow leopard governs the cliffs with proud solitude. But beneath the cold scree valleys, another force is rising. Dhole. They are small creatures, weighing only 12 to 20 kilograms on average. They are completely outmatched in the brutal food chain of the high mountains. A solitary dhole is merely a weak shadow before the snow leopard's power. Even stray pups often become dessert for golden eagles diving from above. But the dhole possesses a biological weapon that helps them reverse every rule of size. Absolute unity, they operate like a superorganism. A dhole pack or clan can gather 10 to 30 members. When united, they become a red torrent, sweeping away every obstacle. They use high-frequency whistles to coordinate tactics in dense forests or complex rocky terrain. This sound pierces through the whistling winds of the Himalayas, keeping the hunting formation tightly knit. The dhole's tactic relies on terrifying endurance. They chase prey continuously for tens of kilometers, taking turns leading to maintain pressure, driving the prey to the point of total exhaustion. And when the hunt reaches its conclusion, the dhole's brutality is truly revealed. They do not kill prey with a gentle bite to the throat to cause suffocation like felines. Their dental structure, especially the lower molars, has evolved to slice flesh. They attack the prey from all sides. This method of disembowelment, though cruel, is extremely effective. It minimizes the kill time, avoiding the risk of having their hard work stolen by larger beasts like snow leopards or bears. The dhole's consumption speed is a biological record. A dhole pack can cleanly process a mountain goat carcass weighing 50 kilograms in just 15 minutes. The power of the pack is so immense that even the snow leopard must be wary. An aggressive dhole pack can easily drive away a snow leopard to steal prey. The solitary king of the cliffs is forced to yield to the power of numbers. The dhole is proof that in the Himalayas, discipline and unity are the true keys to dominance. Thus, The ascent of the Dole coalition is branded a plague upon the herds. Without them to enforce the old law upon the grazers, the fragile skin of the Himalaya would be stripped bare. The mountainside would yield, unmaking the civilizations that rest in the lowlands. In the wild, there are no villains, only the vital links that bind the world to its equilibrium. Hunting amidst treacherous cliffs has never been easy. But the cougar has no other choice. The lush tropical forests at the foot of the mountains do not belong to them, because that is where the jaguar reigns. They stand as the sentinels at the threshold of Ukupacha, the sunless deep, within the sacred lore of the southern bloodlines. This is the third largest cat species in the world and the #1 giant of the Western Hemisphere. An adult male jaguar is a fur-covered tank weighing up to 100 kilograms. Their muscles are much denser and more compact than the slender body of the cougar. The territorial division between these two cat species is the result of a brutal biological war. The jaguar possesses the strongest bite force in the entire cat family relative to body size. Their jaws generate terrifying pressure up to 1,500 pounds per square inch, double the bite force of the African lion, and triple that of the cougar. The jaguar's canines can pierce straight through the temporal bone and crush the prey's skull. They can even bite through turtle shells or the armored skin of caimans like biting a cracker. Against that destructive power, the cougar has no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Pressure from the jaguar has pushed the cougar higher. They are forced to adapt to precipitous cliffs, arid deserts, and biting cold. The humid, rich lowlands belong to the stronger ones. Their presence is an absolute boundary. One rules the deep green hell. The other dominates the grey stone paradise. 2 kings, 2 thrones, and a border drawn by the power of deadly jaws. Jaguar and cougar, which predator do you prefer? From the condor's frigid skies, our gaze falls upon the southernmost forests of Patagonia. Here, the cougar faces a prey that dares to defy every temperature limit. South Andean deer, also known as the huemul. This deer species is a national symbol of Chile, but in reality, they are creatures teetering on the brink of extinction with fewer than 1,500 individuals remaining in the wild. Their bodies are stocky, with short, sturdy legs designed for climbing over rugged, rocky terrain. But when pursued by a cougar, the huemul chooses to plunge into the water. They aim straight for freezing glacial lakes, where the water temperature hovers just between 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. Each hair strand features a hollow structure filled with air, acting as a biological life jacket that provides superior buoyancy. They create a perfect insulation layer, preventing the bone-chilling cold from reaching the skin. The cougar, no matter how powerful, carries within it the feline's primal fear of water, and more importantly, they lack the thermal armor of the huemul. The hunter stands helplessly on the shore, watching the prey glide effortlessly amidst the drifting ice. For the huemul, the deadly water is a fortress of life. From the volcanic peaks of South America we trace the latitudes upwards to the Wild West. Here, two rocky giants stand guard over the North American continent: the Rockies and the Sierra Nevada. The Rockies, a colossal spine stretching 4,800 kilometers from British Columbia down to New Mexico. A labyrinth of sedimentary cliffs and jagged shark-tooth peaks. Meanwhile, the Sierra Nevada towers like a wall of light, with the largest monolithic granite blocks on Earth. Here, winter lasts up to 8 months. Blizzards can dump snow layers up to 10 meters thick, enough to bury a 3-story building. Amidst this fortress of ice and stone, the boundary between predator and prey is blurred by a common enemy: the brutal harshness of nature. Leaving the bloody arenas on the peaks of the Rockies, we descend the passes to the vast basins stretching at the foot of the mountains. Here, muscular strength and headbutts become meaningless. The rules of survival are decided by speed, and the pronghorn is the master of that game. The pronghorn is the sole survivor of an ancient animal family, Antilocapridae, endemic to North America. They are dubbed the speed phantoms of the prairie. This is the second fastest land animal on the planet, ranking only behind the cheetah. They can activate a maximum velocity of up to 98 kilometers per hour. But unlike the short bursts of the cheetah, the pronghorn is a durable long-distance supercar. They can maintain a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour continuously for tens of kilometers without getting winded. Their body is a masterpiece of aerodynamics and physiology. The pronghorn's trachea is unusually wide to gulp down air. The lungs and heart are gigantic relative to body proportions, the VO2 max index. Their maximum oxygen absorption capacity is 5 times higher than that of the most elite human athletes. Their blood contains concentrated hemoglobin levels, turning the body into a super-energy oxidation reactor. But scientists have posed a big question for centuries. Why must the pronghorn run so fast when the fastest predator on the cliffs, like the wolf or cougar, only reaches 60 kilometers per hour? That is a waste of evolutionary energy. The answer lies in a phantom dead since the Ice Age: American cheetah. 10,000 years ago, the North American prairies were the hunting grounds of an extinct giant cheetah species. The pronghorn today is racing against the memory of a non-existent enemy, a biological arms race where the opponent left the track long ago. They are living relics, trapped in the speed of the past. However, this perfect speed machine possesses an unbelievably silly weakness. Pronghorns do not know how to jump. Evolution has programmed them to race on flat surfaces, not to overcome vertical obstacles. When facing the barbed wire fences of cattle ranches, the pronghorn chooses to crawl under the fence. This bizarre behavior causes them to slow down, scratch their backs, or even get stuck. Slender legs designed to tear through the wind are now clumsy before inanimate metal wires. When the ice melts, another death zone in the valley is revealed. Fast-flowing glacial rivers with temperatures of 0 degrees Celsius. This is the stage of the American Dipper. the only songbird in North America daring to choose water as its home. The dipper defies the laws of hydrodynamics. They plunge straight into the surging water with a velocity of 2 meters per second. Short wings act like hydrofoils, creating downward thrust against the lift of the water. But the craziest thing lies in the legs. The dipper walks on the river bottom. Sharp claws dig firmly into slippery, moss-covered rocks. They lower their heads, tilting their bodies so the current presses them down to the bottom instead of washing them away. They possess a transparent third eyelid, nictitating membrane, acting like swimming goggles, helping them see everything clearly in the murky, bubbling water. All that extraordinary effort is just a hunt for tiny insect larvae hiding under rock crevices. A tiny creature, but carrying the heart of a nuclear submarine. The mountain goat is one of the few species daring to challenge that harshness. Their habitat consists of 90-degree vertical granite cliffs. There, the smallest mistake leads to a bone-shattering death in the abyss thousands of meters below. But the mountain goat considers this the safest playground. The secret lies in legs designed with the most advanced biotechnology. Their hooves are a perfect combination of climbing shoes and claws. The outer shell is hard as rock, sharp as crampons to dig into cracks. The inner pad is soft, rough, and elastic like Formula One racing rubber. They create maximum friction, adhering to slippery rock surfaces even on steep slopes. The shoulder muscles of the mountain goat are a giant hydraulic engine block. They can perform spectacular pull-ups. An adult goat weighing 140 kilograms can hoist its entire body weight up using only a hoof hold as small as a coin. Mountain goats are accustomed to treacherous cliffs from the moment they are born. Just hours after birth, they must join the deadly parade on the cliff face. The mother goat always forces the kid to walk above her when climbing slopes and urges them to go higher. If the kid slips, a frequent occurrence on loose scree, it will fall onto the mother's back. Safety at high altitudes comes with a heavy price: salt deficiency. The poor diet on the mountain peaks forces them to undertake risky journeys down to the valleys to lick minerals. The frigid glacial lake beds are also the hiding place of the American moose, the largest deer species to ever walk the earth since the Ice Age. An adult male is a tower of flesh and bone, standing up to 2 meters tall and weighing over 700 kilograms. Their gigantic flat horns, palmate antlers, are up to 1.8 meters wide, weighing 30 kilograms. They are high-tech hearing aids. The concave shape of the antlers acts like a giant parabolic satellite dish. It collects and amplifies sound, directing it straight into the moose's ears. Studies show that the antlers help increase their hearing by up to 19%, helping them hear the footsteps of a grey wolf or the snapping branch of a rival male from kilometers away. The moose possesses a nickname that few expect: giant diver. They dive deep to the lake bottom up to 6 meters, using strong jaws to grab kilograms of moss and water lily roots. The terrestrial diet is severely deficient in sodium. To survive and develop the massive skeleton, the moose seeks aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake. They can contain sodium levels 500 times higher than plants on the shore. The moose can hold its breath for up to 1 minute underwater. Special nose structure with valves automatically closing tight prevents water from flooding the lungs. The image of a 700-kilogram monster rising from the water, head covered in moss, is the most surreal sight of the northern wilderness. Moose frequently swim across the sea to move between islands in British Columbia and Alaska, and here they encounter the black and white nightmare of the ocean: orca. This is the only case on Earth where a deer becomes food for a dolphin. When moose swim across deep straits, they are completely helpless. Their swimming speed of 10 kilometers per hour is a joke to the orca. No sharp horns to gore, no hard ground to run. The king of the northern forest becomes a tasty morsel for the king of the ocean. The alpine ibex conquers gravity by holding on, but the chamois, their smaller cousin, chooses to glide across the death zone. The geographic separation of the old continent split this bloodline into two distinct branches. Alpine chamois rule the snow peaks of the Alps. And Pyrenean chamois govern the southwest slopes. Though different in geography, they share a gene pool perfectly adapted to the cold. The chamois' secret weapon lies in its feet. Evolution has equipped them with biological snowshoes. Between the toes of the chamois is a flexible interdigital membrane. When stepping onto porous snow, the toes spread out to the maximum. The skin membrane stretches taut, increasing the surface contact area. This mechanism helps disperse the body weight of 50 kilograms. While predators like wolves or lynx sink deep into the thick snow, the chamois glides gently on the surface as if walking on flat ground. They can accelerate up to 50 kilometers per hour on this tough terrain. When chased or needing to change altitude rapidly, they turn their bodies into a living snowboard. The body's center of gravity lowers close to the ground. Hind leg joints lock tight to form a sliding surface. They launch themselves down snow slopes inclined at 60 degrees. A controlled slide helps them drop hundreds of meters in altitude in just a few seconds. To operate this speed machine at oxygen-deprived heights, the chamois possesses an oversized heart. Their heart weight relative to body size is much larger than other mammals. It pumps red cell-rich blood throughout the body, maintaining endurance during prolonged chases. Vigilance is also a survival instinct. Chamois live in herds led by an experienced old female. When the herd is grazing, there is always a sentry, standing apart at the highest point. It constantly scans the sky for the shadows of eagles and scans the valley for the shadows of wolves. Just a piercing whistle is heard, and the whole herd transforms into blurs, rushing across the white snow. In the sky, the bearded vulture uses the red of blood to assert sovereignty. But under the frozen ground, Survival does not need ostentation. It needs silent sacrifice. The alpine marmot understands this very well. When the first blizzards hit, covering the Alps in white, and the outside temperature drops to -20 degrees Celsius, they immediately disappear. They retreat into dungeons located 3 meters deep underground. There, they begin a 6-month biological war named hibernation. This is a controlled state of clinical death. The marmot body activates the most extreme energy-saving mode in the animal world. Their heart rate, from 130 beats per minute in summer, drops to only 5 beats per minute. Breathing becomes faint, only 1 to 2 times per minute. Body temperature drops from 37 degrees Celsius to 3 degrees Celsius. But this torpor biological mechanism is not enough to fight the cold seeping into the marrow. A solitary marmot would freeze to death in just a few weeks. Their only weapon is herd warmth. They execute the tactic of social thermoregulation. A marmot family, which can be up to 20 members, crawls into the same burrow. They curl up, piling on top of each other into a giant furry ball. And this is where social order decides life and death. The positioning is not random. The weak young with the least fat reserves are placed in the warm and safe center. Surrounding them are females and adult males. And in the outermost layer, right next to the freezing entrance, are the fattest dominant males. They accept turning their bodies into living insulation shields. They burn their thick fat reserves to radiate heat inward, keeping the future generation warm. Every few weeks, the whole herd will simultaneously wake up for a moment. They defecate in a separate corner of the burrow and restart the collective heating system. The price paid for this sacrifice is very high. After winter, adults can lose up to 50% of their body weight. Many dominant males are exhausted and never wake up when spring comes. But thanks to that sacrifice, the survival rate of the young increases significantly. Even the leopard, the brother of the snow leopard, must be wary of the dholepack's aggression. A leopard weighing 60 kilograms possesses superior strength compared to a 15-kilogram wolf. But when the ratio is 1:20, the scales of death immediately tip in favor of the pack. The leopard is often forced to abandon the prey it struggled to hunt, to retreat up a tree. Losing a meal is better than receiving an infected wound from the dhole's flesh-slicing teeth. The parallel existence of the leopard and snow leopard in the Himalayas is a prime example of the phenomenon of altitudinal partitioning. The invisible boundary lies at the tree line, an altitude of about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Above is the grey rock kingdom of the snow leopard. Below is the deep forest territory of the leopard. Although sharing the same Panthera bloodline, evolution has sculpted them in 2 distinct directions. The snow leopard has smoke-colored fur with rosettes, large and faint, helping them blend into the rough granite structure. Conversely, the leopard dons a brilliant golden coat with small black spots, simulating the dappled sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. The snow leopard's body is designed for balance and long leaps, while the leopard is the crystallization of pure muscular strength. They possess immensely developed neck and shoulder muscles. This is the necessary condition for them to drag prey weighing twice their body weight up a 10-meter-high tree. That is the high-altitude pantry tactic. By hanging the carcass on a tree branch, they protect the prize from ground robbers like dolis or Asiatic black bears. At this ecological border, climbing is the only way to keep food in the mouths of predators. Leopard and snow leopard, which species impressed you more? Please leave your choice in the comments section. Goodbye to the roof of the world, Himalayas. We cross the Pacific Ocean to arrive at the spine of South America. The Andes, the longest continental mountain range on the planet. In the local creed, this range is more than a mere physical divide. It is the chacana, the conduit binding the spiritual strata of the ancient Inca. It stretches 7,000 kilometers, slicing through the continent across 7 countries, creating the greatest natural rampart of the Western Hemisphere. Here, the terrain changes dramatically from the arid Atacama Desert to the eternal glaciers in Patagonia. And the problem of survival requires the most creative and bold solutions. The Ethiopian wolf chooses solitude to preserve wild dignity, but when night swallows the high peaks, another predator chooses the path of walking straight into the light of civilization. Spotted hyena, the most misunderstood creature of the dark continent. In pop culture, they are cowardly and sinister scavengers. But science paints a completely different portrait. This is the carnivore with the most complex social structure in Africa, second only to monkeys. They possess the most terrifying jaws in the mammalian world on land. Their bite force reaches 1,100 pounds per square inch, stronger than both lions and grizzly bears. They can crush the femur of a giraffe like snapping a dry twig. Anywhere else in Africa, their giggling laughter is the signal of the reaper. But in Hara Jugol, a 1,000-year-old city recognized as a UNESCO heritage site, every biological rule of fear is reversed. Here exists the world's strangest peace treaty between humans and beasts. Every night, when the city gates close, wild hyena clans from suburban caves quietly enter the small alleys. They come to meet old friends, the hyena men. This is a centuries-old tradition where humans hand-feed wild creatures. This relationship is a vital symbiosis. The people of Hara believe that hyenas have the ability to see and eat evil spirits, jinn. Scientifically, they are the city's biological sanitation system. The spotted hyena's stomach is a super incinerator. Their stomach acid is so strong it can destroy bones and dangerous pathogens like anthrax or cholera. They clean up organic waste and rotting animal carcasses that humans throw on the street, preventing disease outbreaks in a cramped ancient city. Inside this city, the boundary between humans and hyenas is erased. Hyenas teach their young that humans are a safe food source. Humans teach their descendants that hyenas are the guards of the night, a friendship based on mutual respect for each other's fear. Sharing the pasture with the gelada is the common jackal. According to the usual logic of the natural world, the appearance of a carnivore amidst a primate troop would trigger a red alert. But in Ethiopia, These two animals have a tacit agreement. The jackals come here to hunt things that the gelada accidentally wakes up. When a troop of hundreds of monkeys moves and turns over the thick vegetation carpet, they create small tremors on the ground. Small rodents and insects, especially the Arvicanthus grass rat, panic. They run out of their burrows to avoid being trampled by monkey feet, and that is exactly when the jackal strikes without needing to waste effort sniffing or digging. Science calls this tactic commensalism. The jackals utilize the monkey troop as giant beaters. The success rate of rat attacks increases from 25% when hunting alone to 67% when accompanying the monkey troop. But this peace agreement is very fragile. It relies on an immutable principle. The jackal is not allowed to look at the baby monkeys. Male geladas with 5-centimeter long fangs always observe every move of the companion. The jackal, with sharp intelligence, understands this limit well. They restrain the instinct to hunt large prey in exchange for an abundant and easy food source from the rats. They accept being a humble moocher rather than a chased-away enemy. On the Ethiopian highlands, sometimes the smartest way to hunt is not using strength, but knowing how to choose the right companion. When the first dawn touches the jagged basalt peaks, we encounter a creature so modest in appearance it is easily overlooked: rock hyrax. At first glance, they look no different from a guinea pig or an oversized chubby ground squirrel. A harmless gray-brown ball of fur weighing about 4 kilograms. But this is the most spectacular trick in evolutionary history, genetically and anatomically speaking. The rock hyrax is the closest living cousin of the largest land animal on the planet, the African elephant. Don't let the size fool you. Look at the hidden anatomical details. Their two upper incisors never stop growing, effectively being miniature elephant tusks. Their toenails are not sharp claws, but flat hooves identical to elephant nails. And the foot structure has elastic pads helping them adhere to cliffs, functioning exactly like the feet of the swamp giant. But carrying the royal blood of the elephant comes with a heavy price. The hyrax's metabolic system is terrible. They possess the least efficient thermoregulation mechanism in the mammalian world. Their body temperature fluctuates wildly with the ambient temperature, more like a reptile than a warm-blooded mammal. Cold nights at an altitude of 4,000 meters in Ethiopia drain their energy, sending their bodies into a stupor whenever the sun sets. Therefore, hyraxes are the most fervent sun worshippers. Every morning is a mandatory survival ritual. They cannot run, cannot forage until recharged. The entire hyrax colony, from old to young, will climb to the highest rock outcrops facing east. They pile on top of each other, forming a living fur rug to share the remaining warmth and catch every photon of sunlight. To support this, creation granted them a special pair of eyes. The hyrax pupil has an umbraculum shield, allowing them to look straight into the glaring sun without going blind. And when the body has heated up to the necessary level, the tiny elephant tusks begin the work of grazing. In this kingdom of wind and stone, The cougar is the god governing the earth of the ancient Incas, while modern science calls them the cliff dancers. That is an acknowledgement of an extraordinary biological design. To the Inca, existence is carved into three planes: Hanan Pacha, the celestial reach; Uku Pacha, the sunless deep; and K Pacha, the world of the now. Here, the cougar reigns as the sovereign force. Ancient Cusco was forged in the image of a cougar coiled to strike. To the bloodline of the high peaks, this predator is the emblem of relentless resolve and the power of the act. The cougar possesses hind legs significantly longer than the front legs. It turns their body into a perpetually compressed spring. This structure allows the cougar to perform a vertical jump up to 5.5 meters high. Their long jump length reaches up to 12 meters, enough to fly over the length of a large bus. Despite possessing the size of a heavy beast, taxonomically, the cougar still belongs to the small cat group. The hardened hyoid bone structure makes the cougar unable to roar like lions or tigers. Instead, they purr when happy, just like a tabby cat, or emit ear-piercing screams exactly like a woman screaming in the night. The spine-chilling sound that once made Western settlers believe the mountains were haunted. The cougar's cunning also lies in every footstep. They move with the direct registering technique. The hind foot is placed exactly in the position the front foot just left. This technique helps reduce the noise of breaking dry branches by half. Tracking them also becomes impossible because one cannot guess the size or number. A phantom that knows how to fly, knows how to turn invisible, and possesses the cry of a cat. That perfect preparation serves only a single purpose: the deadly pounce from the blind spot. The snow leopard is the lord of the cliffs, but the Himalayan sky belongs to the rule of another tyrant, Golden Eagle, the holder of absolute power from the rarefied atmosphere. In the Altai reaches, the eagle hunters uphold a millennium of ritual, binding these sky tyrants to the pursuit of the fox and the wolf. It is a covenant of mutual reverence. Man requires the sentinel's vision, and the tyrant seeks sanctuary within man's reach against the iron winter. This is a flying war machine with a wingspan of up to 2.2 meters. They miss no detail thanks to eyes with a photoreceptor cell density 5 times that of human eyes. From an altitude of 3 kilometers, they can detect the slight movement of a hare or a marmot. When the target is locked, the golden eagle transforms into a living missile. Utilizing gravity, they execute a dive with a terrifying velocity of 320 kilometers per hour. As they rush close to the prey, curved talons 6 centimeters long, sharp as daggers, immediately extend. The grip force of the foot reaches up to 400 pounds per square inch, 10 times stronger than the hand force of an adult man. They are strong enough to crush the prey's skull immediately, snuffing out life before the victim even feels pain. However, the ambition of the golden eagle doesn't stop at small prey. They possess incredible lifting power. A 5-kilogram eagle can hoist prey weighing twice its own body weight into the air. But if the prey is too heavy, like a young goat, they resort to a brutal ruse. They seize the victim and drop it in a free fall down the cliff, letting gravity finish the job. The relationship between the golden eagle and the snow leopard is a tense symbiosis. Eagles frequently monitor the snow leopard's footsteps from above. After the snow leopard is sated and departs, the golden eagle will be the first to touch down. They are powerful, carcass-cleaning guards. Their presence intimidates all other scavengers. Red-billed choughs or bearded vultures must all give way before the king's wingspan. In the Himalayas, nothing is wasted, and the death of one is life for another. In Tibet, the bond between the golden eagle and the vulture transcends the simple hunger for the kill. These avian titans are revered as the sacred sentinels of the final rite, the sky burial. They carry the fallen vessel into the deep azure, closing the final circuit of existence, surrendering one's essence to sustain the living. While the marmot family is sinking deep into dreams underground on the snow surface, a phantom is awakening. Eurasian lynx, the silent ruler of the old forests of Europe. This is the largest of the 4 lynx species in the world. An adult male can weigh up to 30 kilograms, as large as a leopard. High above in the sky, the Andean condor has observed the battle between the jaguar and cougar. This is the heaviest flying bird on the planet. An adult male can reach a weight of 15 kilograms. A wingspan of 3.3 meters turns them into the greatest biological gliders. The condor is a master of the art of flying without flapping. They only flap their wings about 1% of the total flight time, mainly during takeoff or landing. 99% of the remaining time, condors glide on thermal columns. These are hot air currents rising from cliffs baked by the sun. They ride these invisible elevators, soaring hundreds of kilometers every day to search for food. They can fly continuously for 5 hours, covering a distance of 170 kilometers without flapping their wings even once. From an altitude of 5,500 meters, the condor's eyes scan every corner of the valley. They look for stillness, prey that has lain still under the cougar's claws. When the cougar is sated and abandons the guanaco carcass on the mountainside, that is when the condor lands. The condor's talons are blunt and straight, like chicken feet. They cannot grasp or kill anything. They are purely walking scavengers. But in return, they possess a hooked beak, powerful like bolt cutters. This beak is designed to tear open the thick skin of camels or cattle that smaller animals must give up on. The condor's characteristic bald head allows them to thrust deep into the bacteria-filled abdominal cavity of a corpse without worrying about dirtying feathers. The harsh ultraviolet rays on the Andean peaks will sterilize that bare skin, keeping them healthy throughout a lifespan of up to 70 years. In Andean culture, the condor is the messenger of the upper world, Hanan Pacha, the one who transforms rotting death into eternal life in the sky. An uncrowned king, ruling with patience and wings that cover the entire mountain range. The bloodlines of the Andes hold a truth. The condor is eternal. When the burden of seasons grows too heavy, the sentinel folds its wings and plunges from the peak into the sunless abyss to be forged anew. Goodbye to the love songs. We drift south, crossing the Mediterranean to reach the towering heart of the dark continent, the Ethiopian highlands, known to the world as the roof of Africa. This is the largest continuous mountain mass on the continent, a massive basalt fortress lifted by violent volcanic activity 30 million years ago. Its surface is torn apart by the Great Rift Valley, creating vertical cliffs thousands of meters deep and peaks touching the cloud layer. Here, the concept of a wild, sun-scorched Africa is completely overturned. There are no golden savannas, no migrating herds of lions or giraffes, only cold winds, fog, and absolute isolation. An island in the sky with a unique Afro-alpine ecosystem found nowhere else. On the windy peaks, where the air is so thin it makes travelers' lungs scream, a strange primate empire reigns. Gelada. They are the last remaining members of the ancient genus Theropithecus. In the colorful world of primates, the culinary rule is usually fruits, nuts, young leaves, or insects. But the Gelada tore up that textbook and threw it into the abyss. They are the only primates in evolutionary history to choose the path of grazing. 90% of their diet consists of tough grass growing close to the ground. To exploit this poor energy source most efficiently, the Gelada developed an exclusive mode of locomotion. Instead of moving on 4 legs or 2 legs, they shuffle. Creation modified their pelvic structure and equipped their buttocks with 2 thick, hard, and calloused fleshy pads. These 2 pads allow the Gelada to sit flat on the ground all day and slide from one grass patch to another without wasting energy standing up and sitting down. Their hands evolved into miniature combine harvesters. The symmetrical thumb and index finger possess extreme dexterity, helping them pluck each blade of grass, separate seeds, and feed them into their mouths at breakneck speed. An adult Gelada must chew continuously thousands of times a day to intake enough calories. Because they spend their entire lives sitting on the cold ground, displaying sexual signals on the buttocks like other monkeys becomes meaningless. Instead, the Gelada possesses an hourglass-shaped patch of bare skin right on the chest. In the breeding season, this skin patch turns a bright red like fresh blood due to changes in estrogen and testosterone levels, a wordless but weighty declaration of power. When twilight falls on the highlands, hundreds of Geladas will leave the safe grasslands. They climb down vertical cliffs, thousands of meters deep, and hang themselves to sleep on rock ledges only as wide as a hand. This is how they evade leopards and Ethiopian wolves. Turning treacherous terrain into a safe shelter is how they conquer the journey of survival in Ethiopia. Snow leopard, the most mysterious cat on the planet, the holder of the key to survival at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Talented architects, living in the penthouse of the roof of the world, Everest. Many high-altitude tribes hold that the snow leopard is the vessel of high-ranking monks or divine guardians. The Dharmapala. Their solitude mirrors the existence of the hermits within their stone sanctuaries. It is whispered that when a snow leopard emerges from the mist, it is a portent of purification. The snow leopard possesses an unusually wide nasal cavity. This is a natural air heating system, warming the sub-zero air currents before they reach the lungs. The sudden high amount of hemoglobin in the blood allows them to transport oxygen efficiently in the suffocatingly thin atmosphere. The snow leopard silently glides across the porous snow thanks to wide pores. Thick, fleshy pads help disperse the body weight of 45 kilograms, helping them not to sink. Amidst the treacherous cliffs, they move confidently with leaps spanning up to 15 meters. The hind legs are longer than the front legs, containing muscle bundles bursting with power, reaching 6 times the body length. Hunting in the Himalayas equates to accepting risks on cliffs with a 60-degree slope. Gravity here is the #1 enemy, but the snow leopard has turned gravity into a weapon. Their shoulder bone structure and rib cage have evolved to endure tremendous impacts. The fur, up to 12 centimeters thick on the belly, acts like a layer of air-cushioned armor. They can survive free falls from a height of 100 meters while locking onto prey. Bones may ache, but the will to hunt never breaks. Amidst the frigid territory submerged in the sound of whistling winds, a roar is unnecessary. The larynx of the snow leopard lacks the elastic cushioning layer, making them unable to emit a powerful roar like lions or tigers. Instead, they emit a gentle pruston sound. And that makes their prey ambushes become effective to a frightening degree. Yet, the ghost of the Himalaya faces a shadow more terminal than the winter's bite. As the tree line ascends with the warming of the earth, the leopard's ancient territory withers. They are forced into the periphery of man, heightening the friction between the wild and the settled. This leaves a hollow question: the survival of the old law versus the hunger of the new. But the creed of ahimsa, the vow of non-harm, guards the spirit of the heights. Instead of retribution when a life is claimed from the herd, the souls of Ladakh offer it as a tithe to the wilderness, a quiet surrender to the unyielding cycle of the great wheel. The barrel was merely an elementary test of speed and endurance. The snow leopard's true opponent in the Himalayas belongs to a completely different class. Markhor. They are the largest wild goat species on the planet. An adult male is a mass of muscle weighing up to 110 kilograms. They possess magnificent spiral horns that can reach 1.6 meters in length, resembling a crown for the king of goats. The Markhor's regality is clearly displayed in its feeding habits. They reject the low-lying grasses. Their ability to balance on precipitous cliffs allows them to stand upright on their hind legs on fragile branches, reaching up to 2 meters high to pluck young oak leaves that no other species can touch. But that tranquility is shattered when the cold winds of early winter signal the arrival of the breeding season. Exploding testosterone levels transform stoic males into frenzied gladiators. Narrow cliffs become bloody arenas for a civil war over the right to propagate the lineage. Their horns become the primary weapon to shove opponents into the abyss. The victor will claim every female in the area. Breeding rights are secured. The loser, if lucky enough to survive, will be banished, waiting for a chance at redemption next year. The noise from the Markhor's civil war is an invitation to death. The snow leopard has been observing the battle for a long time. Using the sound of the duel to mask its footsteps, the Himalayan phantom closes in. When the distance is only 10 meters, it activates the attack. The two Markhors are startled and separate. The battle for royalty immediately turns into a race for life. The snow leopard selects the larger male as its target, hoping for a lavish feast. But the snow leopard has underestimated its prey. Markhors are superb long-jump athletes. An 8-meter leap across a ravine is enough to shake off the predator. The snow leopard can jump farther than the Markhor, but the energy cost it must pay is immense. Typically, it will only leap across a ravine to deliver a decisive blow when confident of a certain victory. Meanwhile, the Markhor possesses immense stamina, capable of leaping and changing direction continuously. The predator decides not to gamble on that risk and turns away. Whose cliff navigating ability impressed you more? The snow leopard, the Betrayal, or the Markhor? Leave a comment below. And in this vertical arena, the snow leopard has found the most worthy opponent. Betrayal, or also known as the blue sheep, a biological puzzle of the Himalayas. They are an intermediate evolutionary link carrying the most superior characteristics of both sheep and goats. The slate-grey fur mixed with a hint of steel blue under the cold sun of the Betrayal is a perfect layer of camouflage. But it cannot deceive the vision of the snow leopard with a field of view as wide as 120 degrees. With just a small movement, the prey has revealed itself, and the predator has quickly switched to ambush mode. The Betrayal adheres to an immutable principle of survival. They never stray more than 200 meters from the edge of the abyss. For other animal species, the abyss means death. But for the Betrayal, the abyss is a fortress. The hooves of the Betrayal are an engineering masterpiece. The outer rim is hard and sharp as a dagger, digging tightly into the smallest rock crevices. The inner fleshy pad is soft and elastic like rubber, acting as an anti-slip suction cup. That is why, when pursued, they plunge straight down. The barrel executes controlled free falls along 90-degree sheer cliffs. They bounce back and forth between rock ledges as narrow as a human hand. This tactic cuts off any pursuit by wolves or bears. But the snow leopard is no wolf. Today, the hunter has breached the 200-meter safety rule. An unimaginable chase erupts on the cliff face. The impacts are powerful enough to crush the bones of any other beast. But with a highly functional vestibular system, the snow leopard calmly twists in midair, landing on all 4 feet first, allowing the fleshy pads to absorb the impact force. The deadly fall has extinguished the life of the burrow. Only the snow leopard limps back up. It has conquered gravity and conquered death itself to claim its meal. The huemul finds life in icy waters. But on the arid plateaus above the snowline, water is a death sentence. Here, survival depends on staying absolutely dry. That is the law of the chinchilla. These tiny creatures are actually the thermal tanks of the Andes. To combat the bone-chilling cold that can drop to minus 20 degrees Celsius at night, the chinchilla has developed the densest fur in the land animal world. 60 to 80 ultra-fine hairs grow from a single follicle. Their fur density reaches up to 20,000 hairs per square centimeter. This structure creates an impenetrable thermal fortress. Warm air is locked tightly inside the coat, forming an insulation layer with 100% efficiency. Parasites like fleas cannot even live on a chinchilla, as they would suffocate before ever reaching the host's skin. But this super armor comes with a fatal Achilles heel. It is too thick to shed water. If a chinchilla gets wet, its fur acts like a giant water-absorbing sponge. The increased weight renders them immobile, and more dangerously, the water trapped against the skin saps body heat, leading to rapid hypothermia. Therefore, the chinchilla says no to water. Instead, they bathe in volcanic ash. Tiny dust particles penetrate deep into the hair roots, absorbing excess oil and moisture, cleansing the body and keeping the fur fluffy. This fur possesses one final defense mechanism: fur slip. When grabbed by a Culpeo fox or cougar, the chinchilla will automatically shed a large patch of fur right at the point of contact. The predator is left with a mouthful of worthless fluff, while the prey has vanished into the rock crevices. The cougar's favorite prey in the Andes is the guanaco, a creature that looks gentle but is designed to survive in the harshest conditions. Through millions of years of being hunted, they have developed a natural armor to resist the cougar's kiss of death. The skin of the guanaco's neck is unusually thick, reaching up to 2 centimeters in adult males. This rubber-tough skin acts like a biological Kevlar shield. It is born to withstand sharp fangs, protecting the aorta and trachea deep inside. A hunt in the Andes is not a silent assassination, it is a chase and brutal collision. The collision between the 60-kilogram predator and the 120-kilogram prey creates a violent shock. Both tumble down the slope covered in sharp scree. The cougar attempts to lock its jaws around the opponent's throat, but the guanaco thrashes violently, resolutely refusing the verdict of fate. The guanaco's rear kicks carry horrific destructive force, strong enough to crack ribs or shatter the cougar's skull. It spits a pungent mixture of acidic stomach fluids into the enemy's face to disorient it. But the cougar is the embodiment of tenacious persistence. The more fiercely the prey resists, the tighter it squeezes, channeling all its strength into the jaw muscles to compress through the thick neck skin. This is a contest of grit, where the one who gives up first will pay with their life. The guanaco also possesses another biological secret, helping them maintain strength in this wrestle. To survive at an altitude of 4,000 meters, a teaspoon of guanaco blood contains up to 13 million red blood cells, 4 times that of humans. This turns their blood into a super fuel, transporting oxygen with maximum efficiency to muscles screaming from exhaustion. But today, oxygen is not enough. The cougar's steadfastness has overcome the guanaco's armor. A glorious death for a resilient warrior of the high mountains. If guanacos are the armored tanks of the lower slopes, then at an altitude of 5,000 meters, another masterpiece of creation reigns: vicuña. Here, atmospheric pressure is so low that a flame can barely sustain combustion. But the vicuña still prances like ballet dancers. The secret lies in a massive heart, weighing 50% more than the hearts of mammals of similar weight. This is a supercharged engine, pumping blood thick with red blood cells to nourish the body with maximum efficiency. It turns the vicuña into the animal with the best aerobic capacity on the planet at extreme altitudes. They don a brilliant golden-orange coat. Vicuña fibers are only 12 micrometers thin and finer than cashmere wool. It is a super insulation layer, keeping the slender 45-kilogram body warm amidst sub-zero cold and stormy winds. In the era of the Great Dynasty, the vicuña's fleece was a mantle reserved solely for the bloodline of the sun. To this day, the Quechua regiment upholds the chacu, an ancient ritual of the harvest. They converge upon the herds, claiming the warmth of the wool before returning the creatures to the unyielding wild. This is the old covenant. Man accepts the gift of heat, yet pays his debt by honoring the animal's right to endure. But that precious coat does not protect them from the cougar. For the mountain lion, the vicuña is a delicate dessert and far less risky than the guanaco. No thick neck skin, nor deadly rear kicks. The vicuña relies entirely on speed for survival. They can reach a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour at an altitude where humans would faint if running too fast. However, the cougar holds the prey's routine map in the palm of its hand. Vicuñas use fixed communal dung piles. All herd members defecate at one spot to mark scent boundaries. The dominant male is obsessed with checking these dung piles to assert sovereignty. The cougar only needs to lie in ambush at those communal piles. When the male vicuña bows his head to smell the familiar scent, it is also when he smells the scent of the reaper. A lightning-fast pounce from behind. The giant heart that once helped the vicuña conquer the heights now beats its final rhythms in the jaws of the ruler. That is when they are most vulnerable to wolves and bears. But as soon as they sense danger, they immediately turn around and charge straight up the sheer cliff. They disappear into the clouds covering the precipitous cliffs where only they dare to tread. The cliffs of the Rockies and Sierra are also home to the bighorn sheep. They are armored tanks designed for extreme physical collision. The defining weapon of this species is the pair of gigantic spiraling curved horns. On an adult male, these horns can weigh up to 14 kilograms. Heavier than the entire rest of the skeletal system in the body combined. When autumn dyes the valleys gold, the hormone testosterone turns stoic males into ticking time bombs. The mating season, the rut, begins. No mercy, no feints. Two males rush at each other at velocities up to 40 kilometers per hour. The moment of impact creates a terrifying sound echoing up to 1 kilometer in the thin, high-altitude air. The force, measured at the point of contact, reaches up to 3,400 newtons. But the bighorn sheep simply shakes its head and steps back to prepare for the next round. The secret of this immortality lies deep inside the skull. Biological engineers call it the honeycomb structure. Their skull consists of 2 layers of hard bone sandwiching a complex layer of porous, spongy bone. This spongy bone layer acts like the crumple zone of a modern car. It compresses upon impact, dissipating the shock force before the shock wave reaches the brain. Simultaneously, the horns made of highly elastic keratin also act as natural shock absorbers. This protection mechanism is so perfect that the bighorn sheep's brain barely moves within the skull upon collision. They are completely immune to concussions. A battle between 2 males can last up to 24 hours, with hundreds of consecutive headbutts. The winner takes all: territory, food, and the right to propagate the lineage with the entire harem. The loser trudges away with a bruised ego, but an intact skull. The pronghorn's strides inadvertently brush past the darkest canyons of the Rockies. That is the territory of the wolverine. They are also called skunk bear due to the pungent scent gland smell. But the most deserving name for them is the berserker. This is the largest land-dwelling member of the weasel family. With a modest weight of only 15 to 18 kilograms, the wolverine resembles a bear cub trapped in the body of a lightweight MMA fighter. But don't let that size fool you. Inside that small body is an energy metabolism reactor running on overload. Eternal hunger turns the wolverine into the most reckless creature of the northern hemisphere. They are ready to rush in to steal prey from a crowded grey wolf pack or a grizzly bear weighing 300 kilograms. The wolverine's weapon is a special set of molars rotated 90 degrees inward. This biological design turns their teeth into an industrial crusher. They can chew through the hardest thigh bones of a moose or tear apart frozen meat at -20 degrees Celsius. But the true superpower of the wolverine lies in the ability to conquer terrain. In winter, when snow covers meters deep, all life halts or moves to lower grounds, the wolverine does the opposite. They possess unusually wide paws relative to their body, acting as natural snowshoes. This allows them to run on porous snow without sinking and climb high. Wolverines frequently climb up vertical avalanche chutes. They search for the carcasses of unfortunate mountain goats or wild sheep buried by avalanches. The wolverine's sense of smell is so acute, they can smell rotting meat through a 6-meter thick layer of compressed snow. They dig frantically to pull out frozen food caches that nature has stored. But sometimes, the reason is unbelievably simple. They climb over vertical cliffs just to take a shortcut. GPS tracking devices have recorded wolverine individuals climbing over 3,000-meter high peaks amidst blizzards. They want to get to the valley on the other side faster instead of having to take a detour. In the Rockies, the wolverine is the embodiment of brutal resilience, a vivid proof that sometimes size doesn't matter as much as attitude. And in the battle for survival, the craziest one is usually the last survivor. Leaving behind the endless primeval forests of North America, we cross the Atlantic to return to the cradle of Western civilization. In Europe, 2 limestone giants are straining to support the sky, the Alps and the Pyrenees. The Alps wind like a great icy crescent, 1,200 kilometers long. It traverses the territories of 8 countries, from France to Slovenia, with Mont Blanc standing 4,807 meters tall, like an eternal throne. It is dubbed the Water Tower of Europe, the source of vital rivers like the Rhine or the Danube. To the southwest, the Pyrenees rise as a natural granite wall dividing France and Spain. These are not pristine wildernesses devoid of humans. This is a cramped arena where wildlife is forced to fight for every meter of survival right next to bustling ski resorts. In the heart of old Europe, where nature is besieged by concrete and steel, survival requires insane adaptation. And the alpine ibex are the craziest of all. Once hunted down to fewer than 100 individuals in Gran Paradiso in the 19th century, today they have returned with over 50,000 strong. But population explosion comes with a nutritional crisis. High-altitude grass and herbs provide enough energy, but are severely lacking in salt, essential minerals needed to maintain nervous system function and develop skeletons as well as giant horns 1 meter long. This mineral thirst has driven the alpine ibex to the most bizarre behavior in the animal world. They seek out human colossi like the Cingino Dam in Italy, a giant concrete wall 50 meters high, standing nearly 90 degrees vertical. To humans, this is a death wall requiring specialized climbing gear. To the alpine ibex, this is a buffet table. They nonchalantly walk on the vertical face, defying gravity, defying the dizzying heights. The secret of this magic lies in their feet. The ibex's hooves are split, able to move independently to clamp onto tiny protruding ridges. The soft soles transform into vacuum suction cups, creating absolute friction on slippery concrete surfaces. They cling to rock holes just a few centimeters wide. They even stand on rusty bolt heads protruding from the dam body. The dam's concrete over time releases salts called saltpeter and calcium that seep to the surface. The patchy white streaks on the dam body are white gold for this herbivore. The ibex uses its rough tongue to lick these precious salt crystals clean. The sight of an entire herd of ibex hanging suspended on the dam wall makes anyone watching hold their breath. A slight slip, a sudden gust of wind, and the price paid is life itself. But mineral hunger has completely overridden fear. This is brutal proof of the law of survival. When the natural environment no longer provides enough nutrients, animals are forced to turn human artificial structures into part of the wild ecosystem. In the Alps, the boundary between nature and civilization has been erased by the footsteps of the ibex. Chamois glide on snow to escape death. But in these mountains, there are those who eagerly await death to happen. The bearded vulture is one of them. Unlike common vultures that fight for rotting flesh, they live on a diet that is 90% bone. They find carcasses already stripped clean of meat by wolves or eagles and pick up giant thigh bones weighing up to 4 kilograms. Then they fly up to an altitude of 150 meters and drop them in a free fall onto sharp rocks below. Gravity does the work of teeth. The impact shatters the hard calcium shell. The rich bone marrow source, containing calories many times higher than lean meat, is exposed. For bone fragments that are too small, the bearded vulture will swallow them whole. Their stomach is a pool of concentrated acid with a pH approximating 1.0, strong enough to dissolve an entire cow hoof within 24 hours. But what makes the bearded vulture a legend of the Alps lies in its appearance of a fire phoenix. Jet black wings contrast with a chest burning with orange red. That red is makeup, taken from mud puddles rich in iron oxide in damp limestone niches. There, they perform the mud bathing ritual. They roll, rubbing meticulously to dye each white feather into the rusty color of blood and fire. This is a rare and unique cosmetic use behavior in the animal world. Scientists believe Color is a declaration of power. The more red there is, the higher the social status. A bird with plumage blazing red like fire proves it knows the terrain like the back of its hand. It knows exactly where the secret iron mineral sources are. And more importantly, it has enough time and excess energy for beauty instead of struggling to find food. In the Alps, bearded vultures are aristocrats donning royal cloaks woven from mud and pride. The silence of winter is broken by the most reckless lovers of the Alps when spring arrives. Western capercaillie. They are the largest member of the grouse family, with males weighing up to 4 kilograms. At collective performance grounds called leks, males gather to participate in the harshest beauty and music contest in nature. They fan their tails into a giant fan shape, stretch their necks to the sky, and begin the song of destiny. The capercaillie's song is a strange sequence of sounds, ending with a hissing sequence, lasting about 3 seconds. It is during these 3 short seconds of climax that they fall into a state of extreme ecstasy. Blood pressure rushes to the bird's head enormously, and simultaneously tensed jaw muscles compress the outer ear canal tightly. They become temporarily deaf. In that moment, the world around the western capercaillie disappears. They do not hear the footsteps of a stalking fox or the snapping of branches by humans. In fact, in the past, hunters called this bird the deaf chicken. They exploited exactly those 3 blind seconds to get close. If the bird stops singing, they immediately regain their acute hearing and fly away. But the instinct to propagate the lineage is stronger than the fear of death. They accept betting their lives hundreds of times every morning just to send signals of love to females hiding in the bushes. A romantic tragedy of the old forest. When love speaks, death can arrive right beside you without you even knowing. Unlike the common jackal, the Ethiopian wolf needs no allies to survive. This is the rarest wild dog on the planet, with a global population estimated at under 500 adult individuals remaining. They are standing on the brink of extinction, more fragile than tigers or black rhinos. The Ethiopian wolf is an anomaly of the Canidae family. They live in packs to protect territory and maintain the lineage. But when the sun rises, they separate. Each wolf is a solitary hunter on the windy grasslands. The reason for this solitude lies in the size of the prey. Their main food is the big-headed mole rat. A prey weighing a few hundred grams is not enough to share with the whole pack. Therefore, the Ethiopian wolf must work alone. Their hunting technique is a meditation session amidst nature. They walk slowly and then freeze. They can stand still like stone statues for hours in front of a burrow entrance. Every sense is focused on the flexible, rotating ears. They are listening for the scratching sound of soil or the heartbeat of the rat under the thick earth layer. This is a battle of wits between the hunter's patience and the hunted's vigilance. When the audio signal confirms the prey's location, the wolf executes a jump following a perfect parabolic trajectory. The body arches in the air, shifting all weight to the two front legs. The impact of the two paws on the ground breaks the burrow roof, simultaneously pinning the prey before it can retreat deep into the darkness. The Ethiopian wolf is the most specialized carnivore in Africa. Evolution has turned them into perfect rat-hunting machines, but that very specialization is killing them. As habitats shrink and diseases like rabies from domestic animals run rampant, the red messengers of the highlands are gradually disappearing into the mist of history. We have just walked together through the rawest chapters of a brutal fight for survival and the fading of 7 lion dynasties. Which animal in today's episode changed the way you see the wild? Was it the imprisoned ghost of the Barbary emperor behind iron bars, or the mountain kings of Ethiopia with their strange craft of digging for prey? Share your experience in the comments. Your understanding is the truest tribute to these wild animals. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to join me on the next field expeditions, where we will keep decoding the wild's most mysterious survival codes. And if you want to explore more wild animals, continue with Win or Die, full episode. The Deadliest Battles for Survival, or Lion Attack, the Mapogo Battle for Survival. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to join me on the next field expeditions, where we will keep decoding the wild's most mysterious survival codes. And if you want to explore more wild animals, continue with Win or Die, full episode. Deadliest Battles for Survival. A nomadic male lion is a creature of freedom, one of the ultimate predators. At this stage of life, only hunger binds him. This female buffalo had carried her calf for 11 months. Today was the day she would give birth. It was still the end of the rainy season, when the grass remained thick enough to feed her and shelter the newborn. During the first week, the calf stayed pressed close against its mother's side. But today, another presence was waiting with them. A hunter bringing the cruelest kind of sorrow. Ruaha, Tanzania. This is not the savanna you have seen in every African documentary before. Not the flat Serengeti, nor the lush Okavango. Ruaha sits in the transition zone between two branches of the East African Rift Valley. Its Miombo woodland has a rhythm. During the dry season, it strips away the animal's protection slowly and deliberately. First the blades of grass, then the water. And at the heart of it all, the great Ruaha River. It flows from the northern Iringa highlands, crossing 475 kilometers of cracked earth, nurturing millions of creatures before emptying into Lake Nyasa to the south. During the wet season, it is a lifeline. During the dry season, it is the line between thriving and fading. But Ruaha's boundaries are not just set by nature. The pressure of Tanzania's rapidly growing population, the wide migration corridors that once allowed lions, buffalo, and elephants to roam are narrowing. Some have closed completely. And when a corridor closes, lions have nowhere to retreat during the dry season. They can only move deeper into their shrinking borders. By early July, before the dry season's pressure peaks, Ruaha's elephant herds move along the dry riverbed. Elephants are the ecological engineers of this system. But an elephant well is not just for elephants. For 3 weeks after digging, each well sustains 50 to 70 different species. Even lions. Kumi has been drinking from the elephant wells throughout July. The elephants do not know who they did this for. They simply dig because they are thirsty. By early August, following the scent of distant rain from Katavi, the elephant herds begin heading north. The wells they dug are gradually filled in by the dry Miombo air. And at the wettest remaining spot, the region's central waterhole, a hippo has arrived. Stepped in, lay down. That is when Kumi lost their watering hole. August daytime temperatures climb to 38, sometimes 40 degrees. At night, they drop to 14. The dry air feels like it could snap. Last night, in the eastern acacia forest, a leopard passed through. Quietly. Alone. It hoisted the fallen impala onto a 5-meter-high branch before dawn, leaving nothing behind but the scent of a recent catch. Dawn breaks. In the dry Miombo Valley, the wild dog pack is on the move. The 7th dry season has driven the impala and reedbuck herds away from the western region. They follow the moisture of the grass, moving to even more distant horizons. And within that vacated space, the wild dogs have shifted their focus. Today's target is a warthog, 80 kilograms, 4 curved tusks, 55 kilometers per hour in short bursts. Not an easy target. But 12 wild dogs do not need an easy target. They need a target they can outsmart. The wild dog's success rate reaches 80%, not because of strength, but through organized patience. The warthog goes down within 4 minutes. But the wild dog pack does not eat slowly. They know, along with the scent of blood and chaos, hungry lions will catch the scent within 3 kilometers. They eat as if racing against the clock before an uninvited arrival. Swahili for hunger. "12 of them, led by a single male. From a chaser of young calves, he has risen to head a pride. But to understand Nyar, you need to understand this species' territorial logic. A lion pride does not roam randomly. Each pride claims a core area ranging from 20 to 400 square kilometers, depending on prey density. That core is built around 2 things: a stable water source and the prey's migration corridor. In Ruaha, the 3 largest water sources shape 3 prides. Njar, the eastern riverbank, a hub for buffalo and impala. Mondonia, the northern acacia forest, home to giraffes. Kumi, the central waterhole, the open plains. 3 zones, 3 sets of claims. During the wet season, the borders between them are clear enough for all 3 to coexist. But in the 7th dry season, when water shrinks to a single point, all bets are off, and those borders collapse. At dawn, Njar approaches the Cape Buffalo herd on the eastern riverbank. About 200 of them moving to their morning watering hole. Njar tries to single out a young calf. One of Nyar's females is met with force, tossed aside. Nyar retreats. But before the dust settles, Nyar spots what only the hungry have the patience to notice. An older buffalo is losing steam, falling behind the herd. Its right leg is limping. Njar knows. It is not the first time they have seen that wall take shape. Not the first time backing down, but Njar also knows what distant observers cannot see. Within that herd of 200, there are older ones, more fragile, pushed to the fringes by the very logic of the buffalo herd. Cape buffalo have a complex social structure. The main herd is not led by the largest male. It is guided by the oldest female, the one who remembers the location of every water source, every escape route, every risky zone the herd has learned over the decades. The breeding males, the mature bosses, follow the matriarch, and outside the main herd, older non-breeding males form small bachelor groups of 2 to 6, moving slower, drinking later, grazing on the outskirts. That limping older buffalo Njar is tracking. He is no longer part of the main herd. He is a bachelor bull, pushed out by the natural aging process, by the joint wear that begins to appear in males over 12 years old, by the competition from younger males during the breeding season. He still returns to the main herd to drink, but he no longer shares their collective shield like before. Njar will not challenge that wall of 200. They will pursue the one on the edge. The Cape buffalo's olfactory system is one of the sharpest senses on the African plains. A buffalo's nose can detect the scent of a predator from 1 kilometer away when standing downwind. They can distinguish the scent of familiar lions from newcomers in the area. And, most remarkably, buffalo remember the scent of specific predators. The lead bull is about 900 kilograms of pure muscle and bone. The boss, the fused forehead horn shield that fully solidifies after 10 years of life. Before that, it is soft tissue, vulnerable to impact. Once hardened, the boss can withstand the downward clamp of a lion's jaw without being pierced. But the boss is not just for defense. The larger and more symmetrical the boss, the more it signals strong genetics to the females in the herd. Males with the finest bosses have the highest mating rates. A buffalo boss's charge reaches 57 kilometers per hour. The impact force is enough to shatter bone and fracture skulls. A lone male buffalo can send an entire pride of lions up a tree and keep them there for 2 straight hours. The heavy moniker Black Shadow does not come from their color. It comes from the outcomes of those direct encounters. The injury rate for lions during every clash with a large buffalo herd is 30 to 50%, not because of a single encounter, because when one is pursued, the buffalo herd does not flee. They turn around, a collective counter-advance. But Nja knows the one thing the buffalo cannot hide. At the peak of the dry season, buffalo depend entirely on permanent water holes. They come to drink twice a day, at dawn and late afternoon. This biological rhythm does not change, even under the pressure of predators. And that limping bachelor bull, with his aching joints and slow pace, will arrive later, stay longer, and leave last. That is what Nja, after many seasons at this very river, has figured out. 4 hours of waiting is not blind patience. This is knowledge accumulated across generations. Nja, you have seen that wall of steel. Yet you hold your ground. That is why you are hungry. And it is also why you are still alive. As the dust settles, the older buffalo is falling behind. His right leg is limping. Nja lies down in the nearest shade and begins to wait.